I am very excited to get Will Cassity online here. I can't even tell you how fast. Here we go. Will Cassity, I can't even tell you how excited I am to get you online.
Oh, hey.
This close to a full moon with crickets chirping in December. So what about that?
Oh, that's awesome. I like that. Yeah, I'm hearing some frogs and running around in shorts, and I suspect we'll be knee-deep in snow by the middle of next week. The way it's acting.
That's exactly what's going to happen, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
So I've been trying to think of a way to describe you, and I kind of took a note. I put that Will. I kind of called you the embodiment of extreme human consciousness. I don't know where I got that at.
I would definitely say that's a compliment. I definitely consider myself a student of human behavior, so are we live? Is this thing on, or?
You're live. Whenever I call and it switches line like that, I mean, you're there.
Okay. So, well, I guess I better say thank you with all humility instead of doing my little, my little Stewie dance, like, yeah, I'm all of that in a bag of chips. Yeah.
No, man, I mean, for me, here's the way I do it is that people that I want to hear the story. I want to hear more about them. I want to share it. Actually, I know a lot about you, but a lot of people don't. So, like, what I was trying to, when I call people like this, it's because of the fact that I know they have an interesting story. And of course, with you, I don't even know where to start because you have so many things going on. I mean, you're an entrepreneur. You and your family are, and I suspect you have a lot to do with that. At least, your percentage of it. And then I know that you've been kind of this a solo gig kind of guy. You stand out when you walk into a place. I notice you, and I know you're smart from all that. But I mean, tell me how you describe yourself. I mean, I'm kind of getting ahead, kind of floating in different ways. But how do you think of yourself?
The simple answer is I just see myself as just trying to get by. I try to keep my ego in check. I mean, that's something you can get carried away with, and I really feel like the more we try to feed our egos, the more we're subconsciously admitting that we have some insecurities, some self-loathing, and we're trying to compensate or make up for that. So I just try to look at it as I'm trying to get by. I try to keep an open mind and try to learn. I know that I know less now than I did when I was 20. I thought I knew everything back then. Of course, I think most of us do. But, I just see myself as someone who's ready to sit down and learn. I see myself as a student, not so much as a teacher, though I've had several people call me a teacher here recently. And one guy, a high school friend of mine who follows me on Facebook, said that, hey, you would actually be a good professor. And I'm like, well, thank you. I don't have a formal education for that, but thank you. So that's what I see myself as a student.
And that's very humble. That's why most people that are out there well, let me just say this, is that most people, you made a couple of mentions there, but like whenever you're really living, you are humble and you are learning. Like I've always heard, if you're not growing, which is learning, you're dying.
Right.
So, but I'm not, you've had an interesting run at it, and you're getting close to 50, or where you at right now?
Right. I'll be 50 next year. So I just turned 49 in November, so I'll be 50 next year, and I'm not really dreading it or anything. I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking, I hope I learn enough to finally get a clue as to what's really going on here before, and be able to use that to my advantage before I croak. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with it. If I can get another 20 years and take that knowledge and do something with it, that's great. So.
Well, I mean, if you're like me turning 50, I was very grateful to turn 50.
Oh, yes.
So it's for some people regret it, but I was like, thank God I finally made it.
Well, I mean, I had friends that didn't make it, and that really sticks with me. So I feel like that, the longer I'm here, I guess the longer I can carry their memory and honor them as best as I can, So I'm grateful to be alive. I enjoy living. So,
oh, man. Oh, yeah. Of course, like of our generation, we grew up, every musical person that influenced our generation, talking about the people born in 1967 and the entire grunge movement died.
Yeah.
All of our big stars and a lot of our close friends too. So our whole generation has been nothing but opioid death. And so the ones that make it are like, hey, we're already a small generation. Generation X is already it's pretty small compared to the sandwich we're around. That's around.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You have the baby boomers on the other side that far outnumber us, and then you have the millennial generation, and even the new generation Z. They far outnumber us too. So yeah, we're kind of wedged in the middle, kind of like, and it's like we kind of noticed them both throwing rocks at each other, one generation hating the other, and vice versa. And here we are. We're just the slackers in the middle saying whatever.
Yeah. We're kind of mediators, man. Like, the older we get, the more we play like the referee between the other ones, I think. Anyway.
Well, I think we've taken more of a passive, subtle influence over society norms. Just try to stay in our lane and try to do our own thing and not try to bother anyone else. I mean, I think that in one way that's very respectful. But I think in another way, I think that there are times we probably should have spoken out about certain things and we didn't, and we have to own that, So, but I think as long as we're mediating peace, I think that's a good way to go, though,
I think you're onto something with that subtle. We've been a very subtle generation, kind of like the silent generation. I think you just named it. You just renamed it, man. Instead of the Generation X, a.k.a. the subtle generation. That's wild.
Well, I can even recall, some of the back in school, in high school, the school faculty being concerned that our generation wasn't motivated enough to raise money for the prom and things of that nature. But when it all got down to, brass tacks, when it required us to do our part to, I guess you could say, uphold traditionals, ceremonies and things during the day, we outperformed. I mean, we ended up raising almost, in Hamburg specifically, raised almost double the amount of money of any generation, any class previous to us. We excelled whenever we put our mind to stuff. But for the most part, we just, let bygones be bygones. I mean, that's what we try to do.
Yeah. I think that goes back to the whole mix of it. Now, that's interesting. If I ever wanted to write a book, it would, and I thought about it in the past 6 months, it would be called The Graying of Generation X.
Yeah.
Because we really have become kind of blurred in some ways. But now, back to Will Cassity. So I know you mentioned about, but now let me just tell you this about not all professors have the right qualifications of education. In fact, a lot of people I know a lot of schools hire people that have a message more than a degree. I hate to break that to you, but that happens a lot.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So now you tell me where all you've lived at. Where have all you claimed residence in?
I mean, I've done a lot of traveling, but primarily Southeast Arkansas. Obviously, that's where I'm at now.
Yep.
Lived in I lived in Houston for 3 years, and then I lived in Nashville for 17 years. Spent a year and a half in the Pacific Northwest, and I moved back here again. And when I say Pacific Northwest, I was living just outside of Portland, Oregon, and Hillsboro area, which is, I guess you'd say, a quieter part of town than some of the stuff we see in the news. So, but it's still associated very closely to the primary Portland is weird downtown vibe thing that they've got going on down there. So
now, compared to New Orleans, how would you describe Portland?
Well, New Orleans. Now, I never actually lived in New Orleans, but
I know. But have you been there? Like,
I have definitely been there. I would definitely say that Portland is more. I'd actually say that in some ways they're even more progressive. I think that they. I feel that they are more serious too. I feel like that the Big Easy is definitely considerably more laid back, and it's almost like when you're indoctrinated with a feeling, with a vibe of, don't take anything, don't take on too much, stop and breathe a little. Whereas I do feel that there's this edge, this push in the Oregon area, we've got to pave the way, sort of by forging our way forcefully to a point of being, at one with nature. And it's like kind of odd. It's like they want to try to get with one nature, but it's very mechanical in my perspective of how they do it, in contrast to the Big Easy. There you just sort of become a part of it. It's like getting into a stream, and the current kind of pulls you along, and it's really not it's not a dangerous thing. You just kind of get pulled along, and you're kind of coasting with the current kind of deal, and you're going with the flow. Whereas in Portland, it's like you're climbing uphill, fighting centurions all the way uphill. I mean, it's a struggle. So it's a very different vibe. But I do think that they have some of the similar principles, similar ideals, if you will.
Now, see, I've had other people that went to the more rural parts of Oregon, and they say, look, man, that's like the most spiritual place you can go. Did you ever get to, whenever that little bit of time you were there, a year and a half or so, did you get to explore much of the forest or anything up there?
Oh, yes, absolutely. There was several, I can't remember the lakes exactly, but even we actually got to go to Mount Rainier, and I can't remember the other mountain that we went up there. Beautiful country and waterfalls, amazing natural landscape, but also it's very dangerous too. I mean, the thing is at that time we were towing, small children all under the age of 10. So we kept we kept things kind of mild as far as our exploration went. But I mean, I would definitely say that when you get away from the cities, there is a different feel entirely. I mean, it is like some of the views of just the sky are breathtaking. You can actually see the Milky Way galaxy in its full glory. And just late in the evening, just notice at the dark sky, there's a little cast of blue up there, just from where the sun that's already set is still reflecting off the water and bouncing back up on the sky again. I mean, it's beautiful. Yeah.
Beautiful. That sounds beautiful. Now, we might come back to that, but now what you said you were a long period of time in the Nashville area. I was in Murfreesboro in 95, 96 area. What area? What time were you over that area?
I believe it was. I left. I was working at True Value in Hamburg, and my first wife, she had a heart condition, and we traveled to Nashville for her heart doctors and everything else. And I think that was around 96 that we actually moved there. And I mean, the thing is, I ended up staying there in 2 different periods. But overall, it was a total of 17 years. So the first time was until 2001. And then we ended up going back in 2003 until around 2012 or so.
That's wild. Yeah. I bet it got busy. Then I was, like I said, in the 90s there. The first time I ever got introduced to punk rock, they had this. I was at Middle Tennessee State University working my master's degree, and they had what was called Friday on the Knoll, and they had bands just pop up and play. And I saw the first real time I ever saw a punk rock band. They weren't all in tune, but they were just the most passionate thing, and people just flocked to the stage. I never seen anything like that in my entire life. So that area is not just country music, my friend, or it wouldn't make sense.
Oh, no. It's actually those of us who lived there, we actually referenced going into Nashville as Nash Vegas, more so than Nashville. I mean, especially when you got down there, on West End. I mean, that's some of the best nightclubs / listening to early metal bands and contemporary bands and things of that nature, progressive bands. I've heard everything going down there.
In fact, real quick, I went to one bar one night there with a group of friends, and it was multi-levels, multi-stories, and each floor had a different theme, like heavy metal. One of them was pop, one of them was country, one of them was anything goes.
I can't remember the name of that particular place, but I do recall that was down there off of 2nd Avenue. But whenever I arrived and initially we were staying in Murfreesboro. I lived out there just off of Old National Highway, right next to the old Civil War cemetery, and so it was a very small, little sprawling place. I mean, it was just starting to get recognized. The entire area where we were living at is now fully developed with large malls and, I mean, massive businesses. But when we initially got there, it was just it was all small country roads. I mean, that's really all it was. There was some little stopover, right there on the interstate, and it just started growing. But I don't know if you realize this, where MTSU is, I can't remember exactly where it's at, but I think it's right there on campus, if I recall. There's a place there that if you stand in it, you're actually standing dead center, geographical center of Tennessee.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing that I remember from being there. We took another road trip. I think it was south of there, but it was to a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
That was in Franklin. That's where they used to do that. Yes. Franklin is more of a artistic, creative side of town. You got a lot of the old traditional families in that area, and slightly north of that in Rivergate. That's where a lot of your larger, country music celebrities and things lived at. But yes, actually went to Rocky Horror Show on multiple occasions. Knew quite a bit of the cast. They were even trying to pull me in to do it at one time because I was hanging out with them. And being an amateur thespian, that was actually intriguing to me, but I never got a chance to actually do it. So,
hey, I'm gonna tell you this, sir. If you go from Southeast Arkansas, where we're at right now, to stuff like that, you'll learn stuff real quick. I mean, it's not the same as it is here, for sure.
Yes, but but between Franklin and Murfreesboro, there's another little area just south of Smyrna and Laverne, where there's a castle out there, and they do the Tennessee Renaissance Festival. And I was actually on cast at the Tennessee Renaissance Festival in the year 2000. I was actually the village madman at the time, so I got to participate with the whole crew there, and did that for an entire season, which is every May. They do that May of every year, every weekend, and 3 days on Memorial Weekend. So
that cast, those people, I mean, are they mostly local, or are they from
mostly local and volunteers, but they do have people who travel, and this is something I got to learn quite a bit interacting with them. They in essence call themselves, carnies, and they travel, seasonally, to different Ren fairs, and there's well over, at that time, this was back in 2000, I don't know how many it is now, but they were estimating, according to some of the publications out there about Ren fairs, that over 21,000 Rennies, as they're also called, were traveling the country. And so we did have quite a few there who were setting up shops and doing entertainment and things of that nature, but a lot of the cast was homegrown at that time.
What is this, the town Madman? Did I get that right? What is
that?
Yeah.
The thing is we were able to, we had our certain roles that had to be filled, such as, you had someone playing King Henry, and other different roles. And so others of us, we got to develop our own roles. And so they gave us a lot of room to develop our own characters. And so I decided I was going to play a village madman. And basically I went around talking to my imaginary dog named Reuben. And I actually had a collar at one point walking around with a piece of wire attached to it, and was inviting, guests to the Ren Fair to pet my imaginary dog, and he would start chewing on my leg or whatever, and I would have to leave. And just talk to myself and ramble and just generally just crack jokes at the crowd. And we had well over 150,000 people travel through there during the, just come to visit the Ren Fair over that May 2000 season. So we got to interact with a lot of people. And we had people that, they cosplayed fairies. We had people who cosplayed, swashbuckling pirates. We had a wide array of characters that were there. So, lords and ladies and knights, and of course we did have an actual troupe of people who jousted and things of that nature. And we had bird of prey where they'd exhibit various, rare birds of prey and doing performances and things of that nature. So it was quite a treat.
Man, I guess it was. Now, I'm going to ask you a question after I state this, but now 150,000 people over the course of 3 or 4, 5 days or a month, whatever it is, in Ashley County, we have less than 20,000 people. So that's a lot of people. But
yes.
Now, how did you, you mentioned that thespian spirit. How did you get into that?
High school. Well, actually, I would say this is really what's ironic is the first time I ever appeared in a play was in kindergarten, and I played Santa Claus, but that was like the least amount of role. It was a Christmas play. I can't even recall what it was. It was about a toy that came to life and things of this nature. And this was over in Lake Village around, I think it was like 76 or 77. And of course, I was the loudest talker in class. I was the one that would never shut up. And so the teacher gave me the role of the character that fell asleep 5 minutes into the play. So that way I would sit in that chair and be quiet while all the toys got up and danced and did all their stuff. That was a way of her keeping me quiet. So I had fun with that. But really in high school, I did 2 plays. I think I played General Bullmoose and Little Abner in 1990. And in 91, in Hamburg High School, I also played Teddy in Arsenic and Old Lace, and I kind of got a bug for it then, and did a little bit of community theater in Houston as well as in Tennessee, just because I enjoyed the process of engaging other people. So.
Let's jump down to Houston for a minute. What brought you down there, and tell us about living there for a little bit.
Well, when I went to Houston, my oldest sister, she was 12 years older than me. When I grew up, I kind of grew up as like a single kid because one sister was 12 years older and the other one was 8 years older, and they both moved away from home by the time I was 7. And so she and I had just been talking over the phone, getting closer. Some things weren't going my way when I lived here in Hamburg. And so she was just recently going through a divorce, and she had 2 children. So I was like, well, she's saying she needs some help. I'll just go down there and help my sister. And so I ended up living there for about 3 years. I think I went there the first time I was there for about 3 or 4 months, and then I came back home. And then I went back out there again at the beginning of January of 93, and I stayed out there for another 2 years. And so when I was there, I was just kind of figuring things out. I've never been in a city that big before. It kind of scared me at first. It was intimidating. So, but at that time it was number 3. I'm sorry. Number 1 was New York, and number 2 was Los Angeles, and Houston was the 3rd largest city in the country. And so it was just really interesting to learn about its history and things. As a matter of fact, I lived in an apartment that was just behind the Summit, which is now where that big, huge Joel Osteen church is there now, right inside the Loop there in Houston. That's where I lived. So.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I used to ride a bus into downtown and worked in the mailroom at a law firm down there, and was just having fun and learning and growing and meeting people. We got to meet political figures, and basically they dealt with attorneys from all over the world. And we had offices. That was a company called Vincent and Elkins LLP, and they had branches all over the world, including Russia. And I even got the privilege of interacting with people who had worked in presidential cabinets and things of that nature, attorneys, that were senior partners, just learning from them, just asking questions and then offering me words of encouragement and advice. I was just a 20-year-old kid, so 19, 20-year-old kid. So it was pretty interesting.
So that is interesting, because, I went through a period when I was like 92, 93, I was very clean cut and wore, press shirts and stuff like that. Now, you're not like that now, and neither am I. But how were you then? Were you?
Oh, I got automatically people assumed that I was a little preacher kid, a little I was always wearing a suit and a tie.
Yeah.
Even I'd get on the bus with my briefcase and I'd have my suit on. Because you had to dress the part. I mean, if you wanted to work in a law firm, you had to look professional, even if you were doing remedial jobs. And
but you go in Texas, man. That's big time, man. That's big time, man. Mm-hmm.
And so we got, and I was very fortunate to get into that opportunity and made friends there who, I mean, even today, one of my friends, Noel, he's actually an economist, and he's a professor from that time, and he was in the mailroom just like I was, and so ultimately at that time, yes, I was definitely very clean cut, I mean, it was an interesting time.
So we've talked a little bit about you being a thespian. We talked about you being in a law firm. We've talked about experiencing the Great Northeast. But now, somewhere during that period of time, being a thespian, it's kind of a part of it. You have to write stuff. You have to be a creative. So I know you've done some of that too. So tell us about that part of you.
Well, I initially started writing, I guess, when I was around 11 or 12 years old. Never really shared my work publicly. I did, get some small things published when I was younger. There was one thing that I don't even know if I even have a copy of it anymore, but it was like a Young Reader's Digest, a little article, a little story that I had written. That was just something I had done. It was, the last time I read it, I was like, well, that wasn't that impressive. At the time it was pretty awesome, but then it wasn't. And then basically the next thing I guess you could say I ended up having published was this little write-up I had done talking about an influencer back when I was going to school in Lake Village, and they ended up putting it in a full 2-page spread in the yearbook of school. They asked my permission, and at that time I was a fan of Madonna, and so basically I was talking about her being an influencer. I was just looking for something to write about, and they ended up putting it in a 2-page spread in the Union, which in the yearbook, which none of my friends ever let me live down. But then after that, a lot of my writing was a lot of poetry and prose that I did through the 90s, and then it sort of developed more into short stories, and I'm still an active writer today. I just withdrew on the publishing for the time being, but I like to write fantasy and horror stories.
Well, back to Madonna, I mean, she's had an impressive career, dude. I mean, she's I have to admit, on my phone, I have music downloaded of Madonna. I mean, I think she is an influencer. In fact, she's in there fighting with 50 Cent right now. I mean, so she's relevant 40 years later, And that's highly unusual. Usually pop stars
do not have that kind of staying power. So I guess I chose some of my early idols well. People who, had staying power, who were smart in the business, things of that nature. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you, even today on a trip to Little Rock, I had my 80s playlist going, and several Madonna songs came on. So
Yeah, let your body move. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's some of those stuff that she did was so provocative back there in the late '80s, because the world was so much different then than it is now.
well, it was all about pushing boundaries and breaking societal norms, and and she definitely led the way in a lot of that.
So now when you read, I mean, there's things that we read, and there's things that we rely upon. We keep near us. I mean, what kind of stuff do you read, and what kind of stuff do you, because there's a lot of art that I don't read every day that I keep a book up beside my bed. I mean, there's William Faulkner by my bed, okay, but I don't read it every day. So, like, what do you read and what do you keep around you because you know that you should read it?
Well, I read quite a bit. Now, I will go ahead and go into an interesting little story about that. I always scored well in school. I always had this attention disorder, so I was kind of a C/B student, A lot of people just thought I was just stupid, but really my mind was just going a million miles an hour. And I could read, I could pull out something and read it, but if a teacher would ask me questions, it's like I'd draw a blank. It's like I literally had no reading comprehension. I could read the words, but I couldn't stop and process them to visualize what was going on. So my mom, she sat down with the book, with the Bible, and she started in Proverbs, and she she had me read to her the first chapter of Proverbs. And each night I had to read a chapter to her. And after 30 days, basically, I think it was like 31 books, 31 chapters in Proverbs. Basically, the next month would roll over and I would read those again. And I got to where I could comprehend what I was reading. So I learned my reading comprehension through the book of Proverbs, learning and being able to explain to my mother what I just read. I would explain to her what those verses meant to me as I was reading them and things of that nature. From there, I got into a lot of I guess you'd say the library over in Lake Village, they had a lot of older books. So I was reading a lot of books from the 1920s and 1930s, and I was specifically fascinated with the science fiction genre, and I was reading, stuff about the land that time forgot, and that series and things like that. And slowly over time, that evolved into a love of reading fantasy and other fiction works. But I also read a lot of nonfiction too, especially after I got out of high school. I began reading a lot of philosophy. I would say right now, my go-to books. There's just too many. And some of them I don't want to give people the wrong idea, but I actually do enjoy Ayn Rand's books because there's a lot of philosophical content in those. And I know that some people have a misinterpretation, or they think they understand what that means, what those concepts are. But I would say that those books are books that I go back to frequently, because they do kind of review, they tell us a lot about human behavior. And I've always been a student of human behavior, trying to understand why people do the things they do. It never made sense to me. So
there's people that have co-opted Ayn Rand, like a very authoritarian group, but that's not, they miss who she is. That's all they think she is.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
But I mean, I would say that the book that I'm reading right now is called The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose, which is a really interesting read. It's regarding voluntarism, which is a philosophy I am deeply interested in.
So what is it now? What is it called?
Voluntarism. And the name of the book is called The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose.
Give us a thumbnail. Give us a thumbnail.
The thumbnail of it, in essence, is that all human interactions should be voluntary in nature, and not by use of threat of force or coercion.
Interesting.
In other words, if you want to do something, and you say, hey, Will, would you like to go with me? And I say, yeah, sure, that's great, and we go and we do that together, then hey, it doesn't matter. As long as we're voluntarily doing it and we're both doing it voluntarily, that's fine. But the moment you're holding a gun to my head saying, Will, you're going to do this with me or else, and you'd be surprised at how even things such as simple as, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes here, it's my own personal philosophy, but even something as simple as, parenting, we tend to, I guess you could say, tell our children not to even question us, do as I say, not as I do, and things of this nature. But really, children, we're kind of like surrogate guardians for them. We're protecting them. They have their own agency. We can't threaten to use force against a child just to make them do what we want. That's no different than me forcing my neighbor to do something I want them to do by threatening them. I mean,
well, it goes back to what we were talking about a little bit ago. It's subtle. You can't force them to do anything. You want to influence them.
Right. I mean, basically, the thing is I don't understand this notion of where people view children as property. They're not. We don't own them.
Oh my God. They own us. They own us.
Well, I would say that's the way it should be. To where they depend on us, and we're serving them by protecting them and by providing for them, and making sure that they learn the best lessons they can to be prepared for life. All of these things, but that doesn't give us a right to threaten them or things of this nature. And this has been a growing process for me, because I grew up under a very strict discipline of spare the rod, spoil the child, and I don't want to disrespect anybody's spiritual beliefs in that or anything else. I think that there is some truth to that. I think I'm grateful for every butt whipping I ever got, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I think that there are interesting ways we can actually work with children. I mean, my daughter, she's 19 years old. She's an entrepreneur, and she's absolutely brilliant, and she doesn't have any self-esteem issues. And yet I did not have to threaten her to get her that way. I treated her with respect and dignity, sat down, explained things to her, negotiated. When she did things that were working against her self-interest, when she was harming herself, we tried to make sure that she understood what those pressures were and handle things in that way, in a very voluntary negotiation kind of way. And it worked out well.
I like that. That's I think that from what I understand of that, of course, I'm an industrial and organizational psychologist by trade. So the one thing that I've heard about is transformational leadership, and that's what that is. You're trying to transform someone into being the best that they can be for what their skills are, and you never can tell that. You don't know what that person's going to be. That you got to you got to help them grow to be what it is they're going to be.
Well, I mean, speaking of my daughter Lucy, the 19-year-old, she's the one running this thrift store. It's primarily her thing. We're kind of surrendering to her, but it started off as a lesson. She wants to be a full-time writer, a full-time artist, and she's very gifted with both. I dare say she's a better writer than myself. She's definitely a better storyteller than I am, and she's definitely, has a better skill set than I do. But I also told her until she makes it, she needs to have a way of supporting herself. So she's learned this other skill set on how to run and build a business, how to build a business and how to run it, so that she has that skill set to fall back on, and she can also take that skill set and apply that to her brand and create a brand for herself and market herself and market her stories and things of that nature. So it's an all-encompassing skill set, but push comes to shove, if she has to, she can. If she fails as a writer, if she chooses not to do that in the future, she knows how to run a business and she can do it well.
Well, and like you said, these days it's all about building a brand, and of course, you got to remember that you are a brand. You may not want to put yourself to that, but really you are, and you sell a particular thing, and people want to support it or not. And I like what you guys are doing up there. I like what she's doing. and I try to get my family to make sure they shop there with you guys for sure. And I'm impressed that you guys that come in both feet bouncing on that thing like that, man. I'm pretty impressed with what you bring to the table. So that's
well, I can't take credit for that. I think that they take a lot of lessons that we've learned together as a family, and especially my wife, she steered the helm of that. She started that business with $75 to teach the kids how to run an online eBay business, basically. And she grew that into BTY Thrift, which BTY Thrift stands for Better Than Yesterday. And that's an idea that I have. At the end of the day, I want to give back. I want to build something that's going to last beyond me, and that's called the Better Than Yesterday Foundation. And essentially this thrift store, which belongs to my family, but my daughter is primarily the main entrepreneur operating it. The proceeds are going to be used to fund a nonprofit, and it's going to be a nonprofit that teaches fundamental skill sets such as basics of finance, learning how to save money, learning how to invest, understanding what intrinsic values are in the things that you do, and extrinsic values, and understanding the essential philosophies that help me kind of organize my life from this chaotic mess that it used to be into something that is uniformed and understandable, and I have a sense of direction and a sense of purpose, and I'm building a life for myself. I've accomplished, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've accomplished a lot of things that I did not even believe I was personally capable of 20 years ago. And it was because I armed myself with the information, the knowledge, the wisdom, and applied those principles directly to my life and grew. And so ultimately, we'd like to start out with a volunteer program where, maybe we're offering assistance to community, helping needy mothers, with diapers and things of that nature, in exchange for an hour of their time to participate in this charity that's reaching out and helping the community. Maybe welcoming people as they enter the door, interviewing them, asking them what their needs are, and putting together little groups of people who, when they have a weekend free, they can go around and help some of the elderly in our community, mowing some yards and helping do some cleanup in the community and giving back. But we're always building this thing in a voluntary way and building a volunteer force that can actually grow and learn together and help each other out, and just be simply voluntary in nature. That's the dream.
And I see that with the whole philosophy that you talked about. It's kind of like, the better than yesterday, the voluntarism, which is, you can't force anybody to do something. But if they want to do it, they'll do it. I mean, it's kind of the philosophy that really changed my world. And, you're talking about a lot of things that you kind of evolving over time. What got for me was I was listening to this thing with these motivational speakers, and I listened to it every morning. I showered for about 5 years. And every one of them kept on saying, you become what you think about. Whatever you're thinking about, that's what you become. If you're thinking about dumb, you become dumb. If you're thinking about growth and making things better than it was yesterday and not trying to compete with yourself and all that kind of stuff, and that's what you become. That's pretty deep.
Well, also another thing that something I've heard recently that I found profoundly wise is that you become the top 5 people you spend time with. So in other words, be careful with who you hang out with too. If you want to be a more positive person and have more control of your life, you should be hanging out with people who are positive and who have more control over their life. And I mean, this is not to say that we don't have good intentioned, well-meaning people in our communities who are suffering from financial hardships or issues that are going on, emotional issues, mental issues, things of this nature, depression. I dealt with chronic depression for years, and actually I was told that I was like my mother. I was a bipolar type 2, and once I began to really delve into philosophy and really structure the way I was thinking and started disciplining myself and not allowing my emotions, negative emotions especially, feeding them and letting them run rampant, gaining control of them, I realized, wow, I'm actually sane. And the thing is ultimately the diagnosis that was made about me was wrong. It was just simply that I wasn't taught, I did not understand the best way to control myself and to set goals for myself to achieve the things that I was doing. Like the old saying goes, I forget who said it, well, how do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
One bite at a time. And that's ultimately what goal setting is. You set a goal, and they look so far out there, so like out of your reach. But that's not how you do it. You break it down into smaller goals, and you hit each goal as you go, and it builds up momentum and that positive reinforcement. Like, wow, I hit this little goal, I achieved this. Last year, 29 years of smoking. I was smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, Marlboro Menthol 100s, 3 packs a day. July 10th, I made a goal to set them down. I put them down. My wife has continued to smoke in front of me the entire time. I have not wanted a cigarette or touched one since July 10th of 2020.
Wow.
And it was just simply because I knew that if I was setting goals, I would achieve them. And that was one of the goals I set. And of course it helped that I decided I didn't want them anymore. And once I made my mind up to that, it was easy. So...
One of the concepts I heard a long time ago was that kaizen, which is a Japanese word for like small continuous steps toward your goal. And you're right, you have a goal. Now we're beginning to, like with me, I fall on I really like the Eastern philosophies, and that's where I come from. So that's whenever I'm thinking of hearing someone talk, I've listened to so much Alan Watts and other philosophical leanings from the West.
You referred him to me. I remember that. I've listened to him. Yes.
Well, but now that's where I'm at. But now I'm not talking about me. I'm just self-confessing, because that's where my world. What where are you at? How do you describe yourself? As spiritual? What do you, when your connection to the world, what does that mean to you?
Well, that's a complex question.
It is.
I would definitely say that I grew up. I remember being baptized and saved in a Baptist church when I was 5 years old, and so I was always embedded in a spiritual, religious mindset my entire early life and my adult life. And there was a time there for a while I got very confused and very lost and became rather agnostic. Like I didn't really know what was real or what was true anymore, and just felt really lost. And I think that was a lot of my depression that was kicking in. And I even kind of like got to this point where I was like, I can't really ever call myself an atheist, because I do believe that there's things that I've seen personally in my life that I cannot explain. And I do believe that a divine higher power was at play. And no matter how much I wanted to deny those things, there were just things that I felt spiritually in my life that I just could never deny. So I would say I don't think I've ever denied God. I don't think I've ever denied, I think I've denied religion. I think I've rejected some religion, because I think that there's a lot of dogma. And I think some people might need more structure in their lives to deal with things, especially people who are struggling with, things going on in their personal lives that basically God was the only thing that saved them, and they have to grab hold of that, and they have to hold on tight so they don't falter and fall back to where they were. But for me, myself, I'm more of a spiritualist, I guess you would say, but I'm also a rationalist. So I try to look logically and objectively at the world, but I think that in essence, we are physical beings with spiritual embodiments. That's what I think. We're both. I think we're spiritual and we're logical, and we are. I don't want to say we're animals, but we are a species that has developed and grown. I mean, even over the last couple of hundred years, look at how we've evolved technologically as a species. I mean, we've had so many advancements, and I mean,
yeah,
in the 1700s, over 70% of the world lived below the poverty line. I mean, and now, you know, the thing is we have abundance of food, so much food that in some places they're just throwing it away in dumpsters. I mean, just massive amounts of food. And there's more wealth in the world today than there's ever been in human history, and all that's occurred in the last 200 years.
Yes.
You know, we didn't have any power before, but now we have prosperity. And yeah, some places I would definitely say there is definitely a disparity. Some places are not as prosperous as others, and there's various reasons for that. And it's bad that it's horrible that some people are being left out of that. But at the end of the day, I think that we are rational beings, humans, and we're not always rational. You know, we make mistakes constantly. But I do feel that there is a spiritual component that lives beyond us. Well, I do believe that.
I don't disagree. Of course, I think that, like, if you were like me and you were born into a world that was Christian in nature, I mean, there's always that part of you. I mean, I don't think you could ever. I've seen some of the people that go, you know, they may turn and go atheist or whatever for a small, or agnostic, whatever. But I think there's still a part of you that knows there's something out there. I mean, once you've been introduced to that, it's kind of hard not to grasp that there's some kind of a bigger thing out there. I don't know how to put it into words. I don't want to put words in other people's mouths. But you know,
if you say Christian, I would say that basically that to me represents Christ-like, and I believe that Christ represented in the New Testament was someone who actually, you know, took care of the poor, you know, had compassion for others and things of that nature. I see myself in that regard. If in reference to being a Christian, I still behave ethically, and I still have empathy and compassion for the suffering of other human beings. I'm not cold and callous. So in that way, I guess you could say that I'm Christian. But do I observe the rituals of modern day religions? Not necessarily. I mean, there's over, what is it? I think it's over like 1,200 different denominations of Christianity. And I don't want to say, hey, one's right and everyone else is wrong. I don't want to judge others. Who am I to judge anyone? You know, judge not lest I yet be judged. I mean, that's what one of the things the Bible said to me that I took to heart. So I try to focus on what can I do to better myself. You know what I mean?
Well, so what you're
to be a better person. To be a better person. You know,
you're talking about the red letters of the Bible. That's what Christianity is supposed to be. And I think that people kind of get into dogma, but now with me, that's the way I am. I like those red letters. You know, you know, that's the part that you don't judge. You know, all that kind of stuff. It's very sounded good advice.
I mean, and there's a lot of people out there that know a lot more about Scripture than I do, and so I don't want to pretend to have all the answers either. I don't. I clearly state that, but I do feel like that basically, as far as trying to be a good person goes, yes, that's what my focus is, to be as ethical as possible.
I get that. Well, of course, I don't know about you, but let me just throw this at. Maybe it can kind of help see where I want to go. When I was sitting in a physics class one time, and I realized that I was on a ball of dirt, rock, and water, spinning around a huge ball of nuclear fusion at 66,000 miles per hour, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, and when you think about that, and you put in all we talked about before and all this kind of stuff, I mean, it's really great to be alive. Really, you know, you split me open, I got the same thing as the animal does, but yet still I'm connected to things in a different kind of way than I see animals being.
Right.
So I get what you're saying. It's kind of there is this, you know, there's something to it. I don't know what it is.
Well,
you know.
I mean, and logically, you know, we can look at it and say, well, you have your cerebral cortex, and essentially that is where you have higher thought processes, and that's what differentiates us between, say, humans and a dog, or humans and a chicken. We have this greater capacity for comprehension and understanding biologically. But there's something that goes even beyond that. I mean, you've had people who spoke fluent English and be in a car accident, and the next thing they're doing, they're speaking fluent German or another language, or Italian, and they've never spoken any other language before. And this is documented by doctors, by scientists who have looked into these things. And there's these things that's like, well, where does this come from? Well, how did somebody who had never been exposed to this language before suddenly speaks it fluently after an accident? I mean, and that's rare. It doesn't happen that often, but it's been documented, and it's been documented by real scientists, real doctors who study this stuff. And I just think that there's just certain things that man cannot explain, and I think that there is, and like you were talking about, I mean, when you really get to looking at one of my big fascinations has always been mathematics. If I could go back and do it again, I would probably become a mathematician and be working at NASA. I was very adept at doing geometry and trigonometry in school. I studied other advanced mathematical systems, dynamical systems, for example. That's chaos theory, if anybody's ever looked into that. And also, when you look at quantum mechanics, even today, we see that we're not only in a ever-expanding universe that is speeding up as it grows and expands, but there's when you look at those numbers, when you look at the math itself, it states and defines clearly that there are multiple universes running synchronously together. Now, some people say, well, that goes against my beliefs or whatever. And I kind of say, well, who am I to put God in a small box and tell him what he can and can't do?
Yeah.
So, the thing is ultimately we have this stuff that we can see when we take our limited, small capacity brains and look at the bigger universe, and it's just numbers that we can't even comprehend. And I do believe that, God can definitely, God is bigger than any box we could ever put him in essence.
Well, I tell you this, speaking of God and a box and consciousness and the universe, I was in quantum theory. I started hearing about that double slit experiment. Are you familiar with that?
Are you talking about the quantum entanglement, where you could literally take two particles that have become entangled and you could put 100 million miles between them, and you do something in one particle, it resonates on the other particle identically?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's quantum entanglement. That's quantum entanglement. Literally, when two quantum particles become entangled together, and that is a process that occurs in quantum mechanics. They can actually use that to actually teleport data instantaneously across vast distances. So when we talk about science fiction, one of the realities is that through quantum entanglement, which is something we can actually replicate on this planet right now, we can transmit data from one particle to another particle across any distance on this planet instantaneously. This has worked not only in theory, but in the lab. So that is real data teleportation. Now, does that mean we're going to be beam me up, Scotty, 5 years from now? No, you're talking, astronomical numbers of data that you would have to transfer for that to occur, and we don't have any kind of computers that could even begin to process, moving a piece of grass from one place to the other, much less something as complex as a biological system. But data, you could take something like 2 + 2 = 4, and you can transfer that into one particle that's entangled, and somebody observing the other particle will be able to see that you put 2 + 2 = 4 as the equation on the other side, whether it's a mile apart or whether it's 100 million miles apart. Those particles instantaneously transfer that data between each other.
I tell you this, I heard this one guy talking about. He's talking about. He said a physicist of that nature. He said that all time exists all the time, and that the past influences the future, and the future influences the past.
Yeah, well, that's where I get into some very complex things with with philosophy as well, because ultimately there's two schools of thoughts when it comes to time. And the first one is determinism. Everything is predetermined. Everything exists, and everything that has happened or will happen has already passed. And then you have free will. Then you have this, well, I'm going to make this decision, A versus B, and if I choose A, then that's going to change the course of everything I do in the rest of my life. Free will. Now, when you look at quantum mechanics, it does tell you that when you're looking at the theory of relativity, when you begin to explore that, you get into what is called causality. And essentially what that means is that everything that has ever happened, everything that will happen, it already exists in time. And mathematically, we can prove that. We can prove that basically it says, in essence, everything is predetermined. Everything that you will ever do, everything that will ever happen in the universe is predetermined, and that there is a dimension that exists outside of time, to where time is just a segment. We only experience time as it's passing from the present into the future, a fraction of a millisecond at a time. That's how we perceive time, but time exists outside of that. And so if you look at quantum mechanics, it does say we're kind of stuck. But then you look at quantum mechanics again, it says we live in a multiverse where basically one decision, you went to this school, but when you chose to go to a different school, it created a new universe. That they actually, mathematically, the numbers actually do come out to where it shows there are infinite number of universes where every choice you ever possibly made exists. And see, that would all be predeterminism across infinite universes. Whoa.
It would have to exist somewhere if every option exists. Wouldn't it?
Exactly. But now I prefer, and of course, if you have, and even the Bible says that time is eternal, that it's an eternity. Well, even if you set an animal such as a orangutan at a typewriter, and that orangutan could live for all of eternity and sit there and hammer out on it, they can actually write any novel that you would ever experience. Given enough time, enough randomness, at some point in infinity, that orangutan is going to be able to produce a great work of art, as some novel or something, the Iliad or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, I personally believe in free will. I believe that what I choose to do matters. I don't, and that's the thing I always struggled with. I was always asking God, what am I put here for? God, everybody told me God has a purpose for you. Okay, what's that purpose? And so I waited around for some revelation, for somebody to give me some insight, and I've had people say, oh, you're a teacher, you're this, you're that, and I struggle. And that caused me such a crisis of faith, because I couldn't figure out why God wanted me here. What good am I? Who am I? I'm Swiss cheese. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. That's how I viewed myself, and that created so many insecurities in me.
Well,
but now I look at it and I say, I have to go with what I see and try to learn to better myself, and I have to make decisions that make my life better and try to help others when I can. And that has been more fulfilling to me than trying to figure out why God wanted me here. And maybe that's why God wanted me here. I don't know. But
well, I've always heard that in Taoism or any kind of Eastern thought, they're going to tell you to live in the here and now. You cannot exist any other place except for that breath. That breath is all you can live. And of course, it can't be bigger than that, because you got to look, to me, like you said, you look on both sides of it. Now you're throwing out so many big concepts, causality, and I mean, just all this stuff. I tell you what, I got to watching Idiocracy last night. I haven't watched the movie since 2020. Okay, and I watched Idiocracy, and he got into the debate of whether with time travel and here and now versus all time existing all the time, about if would he even be there if he went back there before? And I think if you get a lot of stuff thrown at you, you can get confused, and that's why they told me to live in the here and now, because I was always worried about the past or fretting about tomorrow or just, too invested in everywhere except for the here and now,
Right. I mean, the thing is ultimately, I think the biggest piece of advice I ever received is if you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. In other words, if you don't have any goals, you're not going to achieve anything. And you don't have to have a goal of like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 55. You don't have to set something like that. All you have to do is, and I want to get into that, by the way. I want to talk about materialism a little bit, because what people value and what people buy are two entirely different things. And a lot of people have trouble with that. And I really want to get into that a little bit. But
jump into it now.
Well, I was just going to say, in regards to the what I was just saying there about setting goals, it's just when you do set those goals and stuff, and you do achieve things, it gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you a sense of meaning. It gives you a sense of accomplishment. It's a boost to your self-esteem. It actually improves your health. When you do things, when you set goals and you achieve them, you release endorphins in your body, positive, and you're flooded with dopamine and other chemicals that improve your overall sense of well-being. You actually are healthier. My grandmother, who lived to be 96 years old, she told me that the reason she outlived all the doctors who told her to stop dipping snuff and stop drinking whiskey every day, died 40 years before she died, was because she didn't worry about a damn thing any one of them ever had to say to her. She literally lived her life stress-free, no stress. And she said that's how she made it to 96 years old.
There's a bunch more old drunks than there are old doctors.
Oh, exactly. And so ultimately, let's get back into materialism. Let's get back into what is important. And this is one of the things I wanted to talk about. You have this intrinsic value. Like, for example, you like playing guitar. I've seen you do it. You do it because you get pleasure out of playing that guitar. Whether you're not looking to go out there and make $1 million and get a record contract and do all these other things, you get value of it right now. You pick it up, you play it, you start feeling those rhythms moving inside of you. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel positive. And that is an intrinsic value to you. Now, some people, maybe their parents were a little overbearing, didn't like the fact that they were sitting in their room, teenagers today, maybe watching porn or whatever teenagers do today in their bedrooms, force them to go out and take, guitar lessons or piano lessons. And they're not really into it, but their parents kind of make them. So they kind of play the piano or play the guitar, and maybe they impress a friend. Well, even though they don't get pleasure from playing it, they get some value out of it. That's called an extrinsic value. And so you have intrinsic value, something that you're doing that's self-fulfilling, that's rewarding to you, and then you have something that kind of gets you something else in return. And that's the problem with people who chase money. The thing is it's not that money gives them happiness or money gives them contentment. I mean, money pays the bills. Money kind of makes it to where you don't have to worry about it. And so when you chase money, you're chasing an intrinsic value. And it's like, okay, so if you spend all your life chasing money, what are you doing for yourself to make yourself happy? And nobody ever stops to think about what I would do, what is happiness to me. And so the happiness could be, well, I always wanted to write a book. Well, you set a goal, you write a book, you get that fulfillment from accomplishing and achieving a goal that you set for yourself. That is worth more than you can go to the bank and if you're really desperate trying to rob from the bank and take, at gunpoint trying to take money from them. I mean, money is not the answer. If you're avoiding everything else that gives life meaning and value for just chasing a dollar so you don't have to worry about your electric bill, that's a wasted life. That is a wasted life. That's what I was doing wrong. I went into computers. I'm a software developer by trade. I'm a programmer. I can make $100,000 a year blindfolded without hardly any effort at all, sitting down writing software. Do I want to spend the rest of my life doing that, and now that I'm almost 50? Or do I want to do something that gives me intrinsic value, a sense of rewarding, a sense of fulfillment? That is what we miss. And it's easy to lose in the everyday life. You struggle and you fight. and I mean, do you have to have money to eat? Absolutely. I mean, there are value exists in many different ways. Let me ask you this: do you have something that a friend of yours gave you that you would not part with, even if somebody offered you $100,000 for it?
Oh yeah, I mean, the other day, I mean, I've got these. A friend of mine carved these wood spirits, and somebody offered me today $100,000. I laugh at them because I believe, like you're talking about there, though, I believe in diminishing returns. I mean, once you get to a certain point financially, it doesn't make a shit. Once you get your bills paid and your insurance and stuff, after that, it's just cakewalk.
Well, I mean, and values doesn't have to be money either. I mean, the thing is for example, some people, like for example, I enjoy going out. I got a little 22 pistol. I like to go outside and just, shoot the gun and just let my kids sit there with me. I'm teaching them all the gun safety and, just we go out there with a little 22 pistol and we go out there and we shoot targets with our little 22. And that gives us quality time. We're staying together as a family, and it's very cost effective. But, I look at it this way. Well, if I go buy $200 worth of ammunition for that 22 and I put it in a box and it sits in my closet, sealed up and for 10 years, with, maybe some little things in there to keep the, keep the moisture off of it or something. That $200 worth of ammunition, in 10 years, that's going to be worth like, almost $1,500 at current inflation of ammo. So you see, you can save value in other ways as well. You can put stuff away and bring it out in the future. That's what the old timers in the Great Depression learned. They learned that if you take food and you can it and put it away, it's going to have greater value down the road for you. So it doesn't always have to be money either.
Well, a lot of it for me is experience with my kids. Like if we just run down to the Indian mountains or Native American mountains, Poverty Point.
Oh yes, I love that place. Yes.
Just go there and turn off the phones, leave them in the vehicle, and just walk with my family and feel the spiritual motif of what's going on. Man, that's what I enjoy doing. It's the experience. Like me and my youngest son have been hunting lately. You speak of shooting guns. We never shot our guns, but we just sat there and stand for 7 hours one day and 6 hours another day, and just spent time together, talking and being quiet and thinking about what we'd do if we do this came along and all that kind of stuff. That's life to me.
And the thing is would you sell that memory for $1 million? I wouldn't.
No.
I mean, the thing is ultimately that $1 million, you can't get that time back once it's gone. No. That's your most precious commodity that you have in this life is your time. It cannot be renewed or it cannot be replaced. And as I get older, I began to realize that, used to, I'd lose a job. This job here, I'd decide I didn't want to work there. I'd resign. I'd go to work somewhere else. I could always get a job within a matter of weeks. I mean, sometimes, I think actually the longest I ever went without a job was like 10 days.
Yeah.
But the thing is I look at it now and I realize I can't go like I used to. I can't. So when I was young, I could work 80 hours a week, no problem. Today, I start getting past 45. I start getting sleepy,
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I understand that you got to do more when you're young, when you're capable, and you have to plan ahead for that future because one day it's going to catch up with you. So, like me, being self-employed is a great thing, but if I had to go back to a regular job today, I would struggle. I would struggle with that, and I may not. It may not even be able to keep up. Just depending on what it is. So ultimately, what I'm getting down to is time is something that you can't replace, and that basically you have to have a good work-life balance. You can't work 24/7, and you can't ignore things. I think that's the other thing I taught my kids as well, is that, okay, yes, you're going to go get a new car, and you're going to drive that. What are you going to do when that car breaks down? Oh, I'm going to take good care of the car. Okay, I imagine you will, but something is going to break at some point or another. Are you going to have any money put away to do the repair? Or are you just going to give up and just try to trade it in and try to get something else and increase how much debt you're in? At the end of the day, you got to have a plan because things are going to fail, things are going to break. You drive through Crofton. Look at all these buildings that are out here crumbling to pieces. That was somebody's dream. Somebody built that store with a dream of supporting their family, to live the American dream, to run a business and to earn money and to give back to their community. And those buildings are falling apart now because they're neglected and no one took the time to tend to it or take care of it. And now we're seeing the broken bones of broken dreams on every corner.
Boy, that's deep right there, man. I'm going to tell you, you see a lot of it.
Yeah.
A lot of these small towns.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the thing is ultimately what you have to do is you have to plan ahead, because it's not a matter of if you're going to get sick. It's a matter of when you're going to get sick. I mean, when we were growing up, what did they tell us? What did they tell Generation X? They said, oh, well, all you got to do is go to college and get a good job and work that job 20 to 30 years and then basically retire. You know, you heard that from all the old timers of the generation before us. Well, guess what? Today, if you go look at the research, the average person changes jobs every 4.2 years. Yeah. That means every 4.2 years, they're either having to move to another job because either A, they outgrew it, or B, the business failed, or they got laid off, or they got sick and they got fired because they missed too many days, and they have to start all over again. Now, imagine if it takes you a month in between each time, and you work for 40 years, and every 4.2 years you're having to start over in another job or go get another job. You're going to have those layoffs, those unemployment times, and if you don't have anything saved for it, you're going to suffer. You're going to go into debt during those times every single time. You have to put a little bit back. And the thing is that's one thing no one ever taught me, was when you have to invest in yourself. You have to invest in your own future. You have to save for a rainy day. You have to make sure that you're okay whenever things happen, because it's not a matter of if they're going to happen, it's when they happen. So you pay yourself first. So you get a check, you get a paycheck, $400. Oh, that sounds nice. I got money in my pocket. I can start paying bills. Maybe take $40 of that. 10%. That's it. 10%. Stick in a savings account. Don't touch it until you have 6 months worth of expenses saved up. That's it. And so when you do get laid off 4.2 years from now, or maybe 5 years from now, you have that money sitting there that will float you to pay all your bills, so you're not going into debt and stressing and worrying, and especially if you decide to start a family, how am I going to feed my kids? That'll keep you up at night. Unless you put that little bit of money and make that little bit of a sacrifice and pay yourself up front every week. See what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I want to show people. And I want to show people how they need to stop. So many people have all this great advice. They want to tell you what to do, but when you look at their lives, they're not doing anything. They haven't accomplished anything. You know, find somebody that knows more than you and start asking questions. That's really the key.
Well, and I agree with all of what you're saying there, man. Like, I was very, I've been with the same company for, I guess, 25 years coming up here.
Oh, yeah.
But now everybody does that these days. Like you said, most people move around, but now my job was able to grow with me, and I was been just very fortunate. Okay, but now a lot of people have that, a lot of people don't. But like most of us around here, I talk to people, and they like the guy the other day was saying he'd been there for a long time. He got to looking at it was 8 months, and of course, for someone that's 25 years old, 8 months is a long damn time. But for someone who's 50, that's nothing.
That's a blink, right? I will tell you this. I remember one year. I can't remember when it was. I think it might be when I was around 22 or 23. I did a count. In 1 year, I had 14 different jobs. In 1 year.
Wow.
Yeah. I floated from one thing. I was like, nope, I don't like this. I'm gonna go get something else. I'd go get something else with it, and I would get a new job before I quit my last one. But there was 1 year I did. I can't remember which year it was, but there was 1 year I did 14 jobs in 1 year. And
I don't think that's unusual, because really a lot of people come to us like as a staffing company, what the industry I worked in, and that's what I tell people is like, look, you can't expect everybody to fit in for everything. Each person has to find what they want to do, and you don't want someone there involuntaristically, like you're talking about, like they're not there voluntarily, if they're not enjoying it, you don't want them there in the first place. It's not for long.
Right. And that's the other thing I think people get backwards too. In other words, they look at the job of like, well, if I do this, I can make the most money. Mine was computers. I had an interest in computers early on, and I was very adept at them. I was able to do great things with them. I loved programming. It was a hobby, right? And when I started doing it for a living, and I got to working at Dell, and then I ended up working at Verizon Wireless, and I'm sitting in the boardroom with, these executives, and they're sitting there picking my brain, asking me questions about, networks and systems and things of this nature. And actually, that even happened at Assurium when I worked there. The thing is ultimately I loathed that job. I couldn't stand it. It's like, you can't pay me enough money to get it. If somebody offered me even half of this, I'd get out. It was like it was basically, it drained me, and it took so much away from me. But then when I began kind of doing it on my own and doing consulting work on my own and started doing things my way, it reinvigorated my passion back into the industry. And ultimately, that's the thing. You have to, if you find something you can do and do it on your own terms, and you can build a business and grow it as an entrepreneur yourself and achieve your own goals, not only is it fulfilling, the thing is actually you'll make more money doing things that way. Don't look at what can make you the most money. Look at what gives you the most fulfillment and perfect that. Right. 10,000 hours into anything makes you an expert. So if you spend 10,000 hours pouring concrete, maybe just doing sidewalks for people, and you're literally working, a bootstrap business that you built of your own two hands. Maybe you started off blowing leaves for people off of there, and maybe, went from that to actually blasting it with, with a pressure washer and cleaning driveways and cleaning sidewalks, to where you're actually working concrete and spend 10,000 hours doing concrete. You could do some beautiful work with concrete and charge top dollar with 10,000 hours of concrete experience under your hands.
Yeah, so, I remember reading a book called The Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, where he talked about 10,000 hours. That was some impressive. That's true too. 10,000 hours, a hockey player, baseball, guitar, sidewalk fixing. You're pretty deep. Now let's talk about computers. I want to go deep for a second, because when you start talking about computers, you start talking about all the stuff that goes on. When I first started getting into computers, I had a 486, 33 megahertz, 200 megabyte hard drive computer, and now today we're talking about larger conversations of us being in a simulation. Where do you fall out on that kind of thought?
Well, I would say that we'd have to have some pretty advanced technologies for that to be happening. I think some people enjoy too much science fiction. Is it possible? Well, I believe in objective reality. I believe that there's evidence to prove and support that when I'm asleep, the moon doesn't wink out, and people don't wink out of existence. And when I wake back up, the moon is still there, and all those people still exist. So we have actual instruments that can actually measure. Like this is one of the things I used to think about all the time when I was a kid, and I'm sure every kid has thought about it. My favorite color was green. And I always wondered, well, what if my eyes are made differently than, say, my mother's eyes, and she loved the color blue, and so what she observed as the color blue was actually my observation of the color green. Well, we have spectrometers that can actually measure the wavelength of a color, what is being refracted back at it, and scientifically say this is the color green because it's on this spectrum, it's on this wavelength. So that color green is being reflected to everybody the same, except for people who can't process that color green, which would be if someone was colorblind, or if they only saw in black and white, such as a dog. They wouldn't be able to perceive that color. But otherwise, that color green exists objectively. It actually exists. We can measure it with an instrument. So, I definitely do feel that technology can evolve to that. I do believe that there are other. When you look at the greater universe, when you look at the trillions and trillions and trillions of galaxies that exist, that we know exist, when we look through these big telescopes and lenses and can see them, and we know that each galaxy has trillions of stars, and each one of those galaxies Each one of those stars have dozens of planets around each and every one of them. I mean, when you do the math and you look at, how many of those planets have water, how many of those planets, are the right distance away from the sun, and all the other characteristics that you would need to know to support life as we understand it, like here on Earth.
Yeah.
There are literally billions and not trillions of other possible civilizations out there that are so far away we just can't get to them. Or we can't, and I mean, we've only been doing radio signals for the last 100 years, since Tesla developed the transistor, basically. That was in the 20th century that we developed radio. So we just now started broadcasting in the last 100 years. And when you look at, how long humans have been around, you got to wonder how many of these other civilizations, could possibly be out there who didn't go through, large flooding and natural disasters and asteroids that wiped out, dinosaurs or whatever it may be out there. How much more technologically advanced they are. Maybe they have evolved to a situation where they have stripped their whole solar system of all resources and they've decided to take their technology and create these virtual reality worlds that their populations live in, and they do live in simulations. That's possible. I do think that is possible in the future in the human race as well. I mean, if technology continues to grow, as we've seen it over the next 10,000, 30,000 years, if we don't blow ourselves up. So, but I don't think we live in a civilization now. I feel that objectively we are all in the same reality, and we just have different opinions about it.
So you're not a solipsist. Is that what they're called? Like only I exist, or some kind of business like that? I think it is.
Well, I can't remember the different. There's several different philosophies that actually teach that basically, yes, you're just a brain in a jar somewhere, and you're dreaming up the universe around you, a very subjective reality. No, I believe in an objective reality. I believe that we can measure it. I don't believe that you exist as part of my entertainment in a jar. I believe that you exist independently of my thoughts of your existence. And I believe that when I close my eyes, you're still off, riding the roads, doing business, making money. So
now let's jump back in history a couple of 4,000 or 5,000 years. And I'm always immensely fascinated by the pyramids. And I mean, of course, people try to throw space aliens at it, but I think that we could probably do stuff like that if we set our goals to it. That's just my opinion, though. What do you think about it?
Well, I would say that it's very interesting to me that there is a wheel of fire described in the book of Jeremiah in the Old Testament, in the Bible. And it talks about the cherubs, I believe it was, looking through there. Or maybe it was the book of Isaiah. It was either Jeremiah or Isaiah. I can't recall which. But one of them talks about a wheel of fire descending from the sky. And we have, interestingly enough, prior to the days of European exploration, you had in Egypt these pyramids, these beautiful pyramids being built there, and you had in the Incas and the Aztecs here in the Americas building pyramids. And you had pyramids appearing in India and other countries as well. I think that, is it possible that everybody kind of like synced in on some kind of same vibration and got some kind of similar inspiration? Possibly. I think it's possible that it could have just been, like when Alexander Graham Bell actually got the patent for the telephone, there was at least, I think there was like 8 other inventors that were also working on the same technology. I don't think that they were aware of each other's work, but they might have been. I don't know. But the thing is ultimately you had 8 different people that were working on trying to develop the telephone at the same time. He just got the patent then for it. Hello, Watson. And so ultimately that's how the telephone came about. Is it possible the pyramids did the same thing? Yeah, But we also have paintings on walls, and we have ancient cuneiform in India where they described advanced ships that are traveling through the skies, boats, craft traveling through the skies.
Real quick, down there in South
I personally believe that alien civilizations do exist. I personally believe that from my own personal experiences, I think that they have come here. I think that they may have been here for quite some time. Whether they're benevolent or malevolent, I don't know. Are they aliens, or are they basically beings from our future? I don't know.
Good question. That's a good question.
Because, I was sitting here thinking, here we are going through a pandemic, and we're using all this hand sanitizer and stuff, and what do we know? That kills all the flora on your bodies, right? And so one of the things that helped us as a species grow during the last 400, 600 years of commerce and trade is shaking hands with each other and literally infecting each other with all the little bugs and things that everybody gets, shaking hands, changing that flora, the good flora, bad flora, that test and build up your immune system. Now suddenly you got people who no longer want to touch, and you got people who who are asexual and who don't want to be involved in procreation. And one thing that evolution teaches us, if you study evolution, and I'm not 100% convinced on every aspect of evolution, but there's definitely some things we can see and we can observe in real time as things have evolved, such as we have seen literally sharks in a tank isolated switch sex. We have actually seen that, witnessed it, and it is documented where sharks had went from female to male because there was the shark tank was full of females, and so one of them would switch sexes. We've seen that in real time. But overall, I got to thinking, what if we're killing all this flora, and that's what these visitors are trying to figure out, is why they are so vulnerable to diseases and stuff. What did we have that protected us back in the past? And these could be people traveling from the past or from the future where they can't procreate because they stopped using, their sexual organs because they found that a technological method that was more effective at producing, more favorable traits to that civilization, and less flaws, less genetic flaws, and things of that nature, and they somehow lost their natural immunity to something as simple as a cold. And so now they're just basically, they're dissecting our cows, and now they're plucking people out, even though they might be like, oh, they took me in their little green ship, and they frauded me. Now, some of that, I think, is people making up things because they're trying to give their life meaning and purpose. But I do think that about 2% of everything that we hear about these craft is truly unexplainable.
Well, if you think about the amount of technological change that we have encountered since the mid-40s to now, that's pretty impressive. It's kind of weird that it happened like that. And in South America, we see these huge shapes, geometric shapes and animal shapes that you can only see from the sky. And then, we have, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to think that there could be something here. Like I said, I don't want to say there's little green men, but like you said, it could be. I remember a Michael Crichton book. They found this spaceship underwater, a mile deep or 5 miles deep, wherever it was, and come out to be that it was from our future. It's a spacecraft that had learned how to travel through time and came back. So you don't know what it is. If it is.
Well, we know that. Okay, if the astronauts that are actually on the International Space Station they're moving at such a high speed, they're experiencing time differently than us, and we're only talking microseconds here. If they spend a year up there or whatever, they might lose like 10, 15 seconds of time. But essentially, the faster you're going, to closer to the speed of light, the slower time goes. Time slows down when you get to the speed of light. Time actually stops, and that's the reason why when you get near something like a black hole or something, the gravitational forces that are pulling, that can actually bend light and suck in light, time actually does stop around these heavy gravitational events. We can prove this with science. We can prove this with numbers. But we also know that you can actually, theoretically, time travel is possible, but it requires a tremendous amount of power to achieve that. Now, we don't have the power means to do that today, but an advanced civilization that's been around, technologically working on things for 150,000 years, while we've been, figuring out how to plant crops only, 20,000-30,000 years ago. We were gathering hunters prior to that, and then we started,
maybe 12.
And then we started doing agriculture only 12,000 years ago. Well, what if they've been actually, in the space race for 150,000 years? Maybe they've discovered power sources that we haven't. Maybe it's possible that they could travel back in time. Maybe we progress in the next 150,000 years to where we are unrecognizable because the traits needed to survive in the future 150,000 years is different than they are today. I don't know. See, the thing is, that's why I say I'm an open mind and I try to say I don't know. But the thing is it theoretically possible? Well, science says yes.
Well, I've heard several things come out of your mouth that are, I hear Einstein, I hear E equals MC squared, getting bigger and all that. I hear all
that's where causality comes from. Causality is one of the things that is based on the theory of relativity by Einstein. Yes, and that's only stuff that, when you think about it, we didn't tap into the atom until the 20th century as well. We were flying in the air only 20 years before we started sending signals into space. 20 years difference between learning when the Wright brothers jumped in a plane and got it to take off for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, or however long it was. I mean,
very short time.
The things that we have only done in the last 122 years are amazing.
Amazing.
And a lot of people, but some people want to pretend we're still in the 1700s, and it's like, no,
Not yet, bud.
no, we're just getting started with the things that we can actually be capable of doing. My concern is who's in charge of that stuff. That's what I worry about. That's what keeps me up at night.
What do you think about Elon Musk? Do you think he's a charlatan? Do you think he's way ahead of his time? Do you think what do you think? What is your grasp of him?
I would say that basically he is a smart businessman.
Yes. He tied a lot of stuff together and made a lot of physical money, I guess. But I don't.
Well, the story of him is pretty interesting. Of course, the reason why you have a company called SpaceX is because he initially was the first person who actually had the domain name X.com. And so basically X.com, they bought the original PayPal, and he turned around and he actually improved that services, worked out a deal with eBay, and sold it for a lot of money. And then he took that money and he invested that into his own personal things, and he used that business acumen and that clout to work with government officials to get them to contribute and invest in his projects, and he got to working with the public sector that way as well as the private sector. I would say that he himself is not responsible for the architecture of things that you see with the Tesla company, Tesla, the batteries and things, but he was the leader, the team leader, the businessman who identified the smartest man in the room and said, I want you to go to work for me, helping me build these batteries. I want you to go to work for me, helping me design this technology. And he actually hand selected some of the best minds in the world, some of the best engineers in the world, and got them all to work together. So that's where his acumen came into play. Now, that doesn't mean he's not intelligent. That doesn't mean that he's not I guess you could say, an architect himself or an engineer himself. I do think that he's learned quite a bit about many different things. But ultimately, the thing is he had the wisdom to know what he didn't know and got people who knew more than him, and he got them on board towards his dreams.
He's obviously a leader. I mean, like you said,
yes.
he's figured out how to get other people's money invested in people that he wants to invest in to do things. So, yeah.
Yes.
I get that.
And there is a genius to that. I mean, the thing is you have to know people. You have to know what people want. You have to know what people believe in. But also, you have to convince people that you have to have a vision, and you have to be able to share that vision with others to where they're willing to work with you and not against you to achieve it. And he is very charismatic, and he's achieved a lot of things. Are there some things he said politically that I agree with? Yes. Are there things he said politically that I agree with? No. He's been back and forth on things that I believe philosophically. But here's the thing: I don't want everybody to agree with me, because how am I going to learn with somebody unless I meet someone with a different opinion?
Well,
that's when I'm going to get a new point of view on something, right? I'm not going to learn from somebody who knows everything that I know. I got to find somebody who knows something I don't know,
and then mix it in with what you do know, and you create something new.
And I have exactly, and that's actually. The other day, someone asked me what my hobby was, and I had to think about that because I've got so many things I'm interested in, but I have one hobby. That's sitting around thinking. I wake up in the morning. I usually give myself an hour to where I spend about 15 minutes in a kind of a clear my mind meditation to de-stress myself, and I spend about 30, 45 minutes just kind of daydreaming, but thinking about whatever I want to think about. And when I have free time, especially if it's raining, I love to just sit down and just tune out the world and sit and think of ideas. I have spent well over 10,000. I probably have spent 20,000 hours just sitting there thinking about things, asking myself, do I really know what I know? And then, like I said, going and researching and finding somebody that knows more than me and asking them, and forming new ideas. The thing is I've learned to question everything. And if you're not questioning everything, you'll fall for anything. You will. Yeah. I mean, no one has
to be true.
Someone has all the answers, and there's a lot of charlatans that will sell you all the answers you want for a pretty penny all the time. They're willing to sell you the answers. If they had the answers, they wouldn't have to be selling anything, would they? So I mean, you just have to look at the world differently, and you just have to start asking why. I think that's the thing I love about children. When I hear a child ask the question why, I was like, where does that inquisitiveness go? Why do we lose that? That should be encouraged. We should be encouraging more of that as adults. Well, did you ask him why? No. Why not?
I just saw this article, I think it was yesterday, but it was talking about how if you go ask kids something crazy, whenever they're like kindergartners, they'll come up with all these different answers to solve it for you. But by the time they're seniors, it's all gone. By the time they're 18, it's all gone. They don't have that inquisitiveness anymore. The majority of people. It's like you lose it. And I think that's important to always daydream like that, man. It's clear your mind and just kind of what's out there, what's there, what can I tap into.
I think part of that problem with that is that there's this kind of one-size-fits-all approach to education. I think that basically, and I don't want to talk down about our educators. I think that they do an amazing work. I think that a teacher who is sitting in front of the classroom day in and day out, putting knowledge into kids' heads, I feel like it is a mission. You know what I mean? It is a calling, if you will, to educate the next generation of minds who are going to take over everything and run everything in the future, right? I mean, that's a big responsibility. But I feel like that in the process of that, we tend to lose the focus of some of the creativity gets lost as we focus on shoving the knowledge in there, and so we kind of do the best we can. Now, see, that's one of the reasons why we chose to homeschool. We were noticing some issues going on emotionally, psychologically with our children who were in school, and we ran into some other issues I don't want to go into. But we noticed that it was impacting, the creativity of our children. So we actually structured a home environment to where we could actually sit down and let them learn at their own pace and let them immerse themselves. Like one of my children, they got interested in dinosaurs. Well, we just encouraged that. We just went all in on dinosaurs. And we went into everything about dinosaurs, looking at every aspect of it. And we try to figure out ways of how can we add math to dinosaurs. How can we add history or science into dinosaurs? We figured out ways to customize that curriculum towards that curiosity. And so far, each of my children have proven adaptive at creative play, creative imagination, but also they all seem to have entrepreneurial spirits. They want to do things their own way, in their own terms. And when they do, they actually do well. And I just think that some of that creativity, some of that stuff that we lose between elementary school and high school, I think is just part of the process of, well, we don't have time to go into that right now. We're focusing on the timetables. So let's focus back on the timetables again. And so they're taught that those timetables are more important than using your imagination to brainstorm the best, the most entertaining ideas you can think of,
Yeah. Well, I think that we kind of got a little bit of experience with it. I know that our children did a lot better doing remote learning. That way we could go do things and not just, you're basically, when you send it to school, you're getting everybody there.
I think that's the best of both worlds. And to be fair, we did the K-12 program, so they actually had the video learning and the teachers, available through the video conferencing. But we had a lot of control of the curriculum of the things that we worked on. And we did school every day of the week, every day of the year.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, just a couple hours. The thing is instead of doing 8 hours of let's cram your head as much stuff as we can possibly get in, we're going to do 2 hours a day one-on-one, and then the next day we're going to do 2 hours a day one-on-one, and we're just going to keep doing that until we're ready to move on to something else. So
well, that to me as a parent, that's what I was raising my children. Specifically, I got one that's about to graduate high school. And
yes.
If I was relying upon the school to give him all the education he needed, he would fail miserably in life because it just does not prepare you. If you don't spend 10,000 hours every 5 years with your kids, you're in trouble, and so are you probably.
Well,
I
think that the schools do the best they can with the resources they have and with the restrictions they have. There are certain things that they are not allowed to discuss, and other things that that they are required to focus on, no matter how useless that information might be in the future.
Yeah.
They have to do it. There's a curriculum that they have to abide by. And the thing is, though, I think what was interesting, what you just said, is talking about the education that they get. The thing is I'm one of those that come from the school of, I think the best gift we can possibly give a child is the desire to learn more. And so far, I've been fortunate in encouraging my kids to embrace their oddities, their weird interest, and if it happens to be, my son wanting to study ninjas and learn about Japanese culture in the process, great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so basically allowing them to go down those roads of exploration. And that way that they have that thirst to learn and that hunger to read so that they continue to learn throughout their life. Because I'm just getting started. I know nothing, and I'm just getting started.
I hope that me and you both have another 30 years. Now, when we die, what happens?
That's a good question. I don't believe we cease to exist. I know that when we look at biological processes, if that is the end, then we have nothing to fear, because it would just mean that it's all over. But my personal experiences tell me that I think we come back. In a nutshell, that's what I think. Now, I don't have any proof of this, and I don't have any gut feelings about it or anything. It's just that when you look at, I think that people.
You think we're energy? Is that what you're saying? Like we're energy that just...
Oh, absolutely. I think that we are energetic light beings, and I don't think that death is the physical body death is the end of us. Now, I mean, I could be wrong, and that could just be the end of it, and lights out, and it's all over, and you and I don't have a worry in the world because we won't be here to worry. But I actually think that when you look at everything that we understand about human history for the last 4,000 years since the very first cuneiform glyphs, there's always been this awareness that we exist beyond our mortal coils. And I mean, it's a fanciful idea, and I mean, the thing is I'd even love it if there was a heaven. I think that would be great and amazing. I'm not going to say that there isn't. I'm just going to say that I don't know God's mind, and that basically I don't want to pretend that I know something that I don't know. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I'm agnostic. I don't know. That's the answer there. But my gut feeling says as we go on. And I mean, there's just things that, I'm fixing to get into some weird stuff. Let's just do this. I was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast, and he was talking about tripping on mushrooms with a guy. I can't remember. And he started talking about these mechanical elves. And I was like, what in the world is he talking about? This is nutty stuff. People tripping on LSD from or whatever it's in. I can't remember the chemical that's in the mushroom, a particular kind of mushroom. And basically, literally every single person who has ever done this mushroom, just about, has literally tripped out of their minds to where they find themselves in some kind of underground cavern, and these little mechanical little things start bouncing up everywhere, and they're kind of talking to the people telepathically, and then suddenly, when the trip is over with, they just get sucked back into their bodies. And and the thing is, it's like, okay, that's some weird stuff, very specific, very weird stuff. I've never experienced anything like that. But when you have thousands of people who have done the same mushroom, have the exact same experience without even knowing each other or even hearing the stories before,
that's different.
That tells you that they are connecting to something on a different level somewhere that is not part of our normal, regular existence. They have transcended this physical body, their mental state, and they have traversed something to have a common experience. And this is no different than people who, have experienced floating above their bodies when they, in near-death experiences, and looking down and being able to tell, being unconscious for hours, but being able to tell everybody what every doctor did in the room and what the nurses were doing and who said what. These are experiences that have been documented, and you get into some weird stuff on that. Are some of these people lying? Maybe, but I can't imagine why so many millions of people who have had these afterlife experiences and these strange mechanical elves experiences and other things that go on, what would motivate them to lie? I mean, what are they gaining out of this other than, you're a loon? I mean, that's why people are going to look at them and judge them as loons or crazy. Well, who wants that stigma,
I got you, but now look here, though. If you listen to Joe Rogan very much, I know you've heard of the stone date hypothesis, the McKenna hypothesis.
Yes.
That's the very beginning of human existence, with mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms or pot or DMT. A lot of these psychoactive type things have kind of created consciousness. If you listen to what those guys tell you,
they have been a part of our experience since the hunter-gatherer times. Absolutely. I think that human beings' dependence on pharmaceuticals has paralleled its progression as advanced society. I do think it's expanded the consciousness and expanded the mind. Now, I've never really done anything more than try to smoke pot, I think like 4 times, maybe 5 times in total my whole life, and it just creates a sense of anxiety for me. It does not go well with me, but I'm not against people who do or do other things. I've always said in a humorous, sort of half-joking kind of way, you know, if I'm lying on my deathbed, I want someone to shoot me up with heroin because I heard it was a great trip, you know?
Yeah. Until then, I don't want it, though. That's me.
No, I can't afford to have it. Let's be honest with you. If I had $1 billion, I would not want to take that habit on. I don't want to ruin the quality of my life. I like having a clear, sober mind, you know? And, you know, I mean, drinking, I struggled with drinking for a while, but I've gotten to where that's not even something I crave. It's not that I judge people who do. I just don't want it, you know?
I kind of weave in and out. I'll have some sometimes, but now it depends upon how you go into it. If you're like doing it every single day and you're staying drunk, it's not it. But now,
like Bill Hicks, I don't know if you're familiar with him or not. He was a comedian. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
And he talked about how basically, you know, he didn't believe in anything, and when he started getting sick and started tripping on mushrooms and stuff, he actually found meaning in his life. He actually found intrinsic values and qualities in his quality of life. And even though he ended up dying of cancer several years later, I mean, the thing is just to hear the guy talk, I mean, he had experiences that he said that he could not, he would not want to live without in this world. I mean, and when you got someone who's dying of cancer who will actually speak that highly of those experiences, that's pretty profound. And we've had cultures do that throughout the history of what we know of mankind. So I'm not going to judge.
I've never done meth or cocaine or anything like that. I've smoked enough pot to do whatever. But now I'm not a big drinker. I do like a beverage every once in a while. But I'm interested.
I like a good smoky bourbon. I like, especially like Johnny Walker Black. I love that. Oh yeah.
Something like that. But now, like I said, I don't want it all the time. But I have always been intrigued by the shrooms. Now, like Joe Rogan, you spoke of him. He talked about pot. Pot will make you paranoid, and you have to enjoy that. If you don't enjoy that, then you're not going to enjoy pot, because pot makes you think it's a different thing. But now, you know, the mushrooms are like, that's being legal in a lot of states. In fact, up there where you were talking about the Northwest, I mean, there's
Pacific Northwest. Yeah.
You know, the Pacific Northwest is definitely, they're using it as a medicine. And a lot of people are like helping people with depression, which you've also spoken of. And I like I said, I've never used it. I know there's a lot of research on it. I know it's been going on for a long time. But and the DMT stuff, the ayahuasca that Joe Rogan has also spoken of, that people use to, you know, Graham Hancock, all those guys that had profound mental, spiritual experiences with that stuff, are they talk about it as like, once it's transformational. Once you've had it, and like even Alan Watts, we spoke to him earlier, he says that, you know, it's like once you do it once or twice, you've gotten all you need from it. I mean, like I said, I don't know, I've never done it, but I'm interested in people that have done it.
I mean, I would be open to it as long as, okay, here's the thing. Now, when it comes to laws, I am a law-abiding citizen just simply because I don't want nobody riding my butt. You know, why break the law so I get somebody's excuse to arrest me? That kind of goes against my voluntarism.
I don't want to be locked up.
Right, yeah. I mean, to me, that's one of those threats of force. And yeah, I mean, I understand that some people try to legislate morality, and I think that's one of the things I'm kind of against, is you imposing your beliefs onto others through,
for sure,
through the use of force. I mean, the thing is if you're not hurting someone else, leave them alone. And yes, I mean, I've got good friends in law enforcement who say, man, you don't want to see some of the horror stories that comes to, you know, families who get addicted to drugs and what the children have to suffer through. And, I can only imagine the nightmares that they must see. But at the same time, you know, honestly, if the wither all things is I look at it this way. if you're with someone who has the knowledge, maybe even someone who has a doctorate degree in medicine, who is saying, I have these herbs, we can do a controlled, safe experience for you to where you can learn and you can experience this in a safe way, and we have a program for this. I feel like that if you can voluntarily consent to say, yes, I would like to try that, nobody else has a right to tell you no. I just personally feel that if all precautions are being taken and it's a safe environment, and you want to do it, and you should have a right to do it. Now, that probably is the only thing that's stopping me from actually experimenting with some mushroom in the future, is basically I just don't want the hassle of law enforcement breathing down my neck over it, because I have a good life and I don't want to get ruined because I did something somebody disagreed with. So,
well, I agree with all of that, but now the other part of that is, you know, I like being free. But now the other part of that, though, is like,
yes,
like in the Pacific Northwest where it's legal. I think that, from what I understand, most people that are using it are using it.
Well, see, they legalized all that after I had already moved back, so that's why I didn't get to experience that there.
It's brand new. It's like within the past couple of years. So,
but
you know.
But I mean, if I was to go back up there for some reason, if I had a need to go up there, and I conferred with my wife and conferred with my children, I would make absolutely certain that they were, you know, like, okay, my wife is watching the kids, they're all there, I'm going out on my own with somebody that I trust that's supervising this, and
yeah.
I would try it at that point. As long as all the conditions were met, that it was being done in a safe and effective way, absolutely I would try it. So, yeah. But I mean, because I'm curious, by nature I'm curious, but
I've heard people having bad trips on it too. So, like you said, it would have to be supervised for me, for sure. I wouldn't want to let me lead through there, you know, for sure.
Right. I mean, and if I end up with a bad trip, that would just be like, you know, I just look at somebody and say, yeah, well, they told me so. You know, I mean, that's what happens, understanding the risk. And as long as you understand what you're getting into and it's voluntary, I don't see a problem with it. But I don't want to be a drug addict either. I mean, I don't want to be dependent on something. I just want, if it's something that's a one and done kind of deal, like, you know, having a shot of whiskey and I can stop at any time I want. And I understand some people can't stop, but well, I quit smoking after 29 years. So if I can do that, I can do a mushroom and choose never to do it again, you know?
Right.
So,
well, I mean, it's all about growth. If it's just going to be, if it's going to be a diet and not a medicine, I don't want it. But like, if it's something that I feel like I could grow from, you know, I would be open for it.
I mean, and maybe it's just, you know, maybe there's no mind expanding opportunities there. Maybe it's just, you know, it's just making you silly and stupid for a couple of hours. But hey, I mean, if it's something that I can come back and say I feel better about my life, and I've read many stories of people being completely cured of depression from undergoing these experiences. So,
and PTSD for people that, like, with the Army, like in the armed forces and such. You know,
you see, honestly, the thing is that's something a lot of people don't talk about either. Is we talk about, you know, what our soldiers, the ones who are out there fighting and defending our freedom, who are really, you know, that I believe a lot of them have noble intent. They want to serve their country. They want to do things. They find themselves in these political positions where, you know, they see tragedies and horrors that they should have never been exposed to begin with, and they ask themselves, why was I there? What was the purpose of me even being there? You know, to make somebody else rich who had a lot of money or whatever it was, right? And those are the guys that are sitting there suffering the highest suicide rate, the highest homeless rate is among our veterans. Now, if they've gone and they've served and they say that they've heard about this treatment, doing mushrooms, would alleviate their PTSD, to overcome the nightmares and things that they've had to deal with, I would say give them the option to, no matter where they live. But who am I to? I'm not going to appoint myself the ruler or or anything else.
Yeah.
I don't rule over anyone but myself.
Well, my dad is one of those guys. He's a vet, and he would never ever do any of that because number one, it just would never work. And now how he does it is like you were talking about earlier, and I keep going back to your volunteerism. That is such a great philosophy. It's applicable to everything, and I really think is that if you really think about it, that's a therapy in and of itself.
Well, yes,
because it's kind of like. I heard this, Alan Watts talk. I keep going back to that because I just was so entranced by these thoughts that I never had before. I never experienced from the people that I was around growing up. But if you're entwined with something, if you're involved with something, he described it as maybe even a snake around your penis. Whenever you had that level of involvement with something, you're connected to it. Then if you dive into something. You really go into it. That's how you lose yourself. Yeah, that's how you get out of you and become this collective unconscious thing that we all want to tap into, like you're talking about with Graham Bell and all these guys. Everybody's tapped into this thing. Everybody's connected. They're involved. That's where life is at, man. It's like living in that moment.
Well, see, that's the thing. I think that people are so busy trying to change everything from the top down, instead of looking at what they can do in their own personal lives to improve things to where you're working from the bottom up. Because ultimately, I'm fixing to go into some ranting about government for just a moment. And this is not me going, all renegade, radical. I'm just going to talk about some simple concepts. You have in this country 320 million people, all of them with different thoughts, different ideas. We do not have any kind of one-size-fits-all solution to make everyone happy. You cannot expect to make 320 million people happy from a centralized bureaucracy. It's not going to happen, ever. Logically, it will never happen. And the thing is unfortunately, what we have is we usually get the best snake charmers among us, the ones who can smooth talk us, the ones who can bullshit us the best. They're the ones who get the job to tell us all what we can and can't do. And you've got about 400 or 500 guys completely out of touch reality who've never really, guys and gals, let's just say them all, 500 or so people who are really in charge of everything, who really probably very few of them have ever had an honest day's worth of work. Some have. I'm not going to say all of them. But and ultimately they're trying to tell us what's best for us in our lives. And yeah, I could say, well, this guy represents, or these people represent the best ideas that reflect my values. So yeah, I'm going to vote for these guys to force everybody else to live the way that I live. I don't have that right. I don't have that right to dictate to others how they should live. I think you know better how to live your life, what makes you happy, more than I would, more than that politician would, on either side of the spectrum. And that's where I think that's where when I talk about voluntarism, I talk about do the things in your life voluntarily. Work with those others in your community. Build the life that you want to build, and the heck with those guys, because they're not going to do anything for you. They don't know what you need. They don't know what you want. It's the people. It's your next door neighbor who says, I enjoy this nice weather. That's why I live in the same neighborhood. I enjoy the deer hunting. That's why I live here. The people that live in geographical areas have common values, common interests, things that they all agree on that they like. And the only way you're going to make progress and peace with each of those people is to start working with them and learning from them. And so we need to go back to communities, small communities of where we're taking care of our own, looking out for each other, watching each other's back, helping those who are in need when we can, but also, making sure that those of us that are able-bodied who can do more, making sure that we are doing the best we can and we're trying to succeed. So that way, other people aren't having to pick up our slack, That's all it is. I get happiness from work. I work, I'm happy. Yeah. I spend time with my family, I'm happy. I build something from nothing, I'm happy. And I think that some people can find some value in that if they just knew where to start.
And to turn off the damn TV. How about that?
Well, I feel that basically it's they call it programming for a reason. Because they get you focused on distractions, to focus on things to get yourself to stop thinking about what you're doing in your life and focus on what other people are doing, and to value what other people think over what you yourself think. You should never abdicate your ability to make decisions for yourself, to think for yourself. You should not go, well, this celebrity says that this is the best looking makeup that I should be buying. Why are you going to let some celebrity who's getting paid to endorse a product convince you to consume something that you don't even know if it's going to work or not? It makes no sense to me. You know, you go try different makeup, you might find something cheaper, or you might decide not to wear makeup at all and feel great about yourself. And that's the thing. You need to be happy with who you are, because nobody else has a responsibility to make you happy. You don't own anyone. You can't force them to stay in your life and make you happy. You have to find that happiness from within. And once you find that contentment, then you can start spreading the love around and start showing others, hey, I found a way to be happy.
Hey, that brings me up to another topic. And I don't want to use any more of your time than I have to, but I know that you've had experience with helping other people achieve their goals. I know that you and I have spoken about it in the past, about how you've done, you've consulted, I guess you could say. I don't know how else you could.
Life coaching. I've done life coaching. I can, for a while on my spiritual journey, because I've always had this intuitiveness, if you will, picking up on people. I've always studied people, researched, learned, and I felt that intuitively I was able to read people and to help them, and I felt that at one time that was one of my purposes, that God put me here to help others, and that's why I can see so many things that other people may not notice. And ultimately it just became my thing of being curious, is what it all kind of dawned on me. I think there was a spiritual component to it, but I don't want to get into that so much. I really learned that a lot of it was life coaching. People need someone to talk to bounce ideas off of, to speak about their frustration. Because when you bottle all that garbage up, it makes you miserable. You've got to be able to get that stuff out. So first step is being able to be a good listener. Being able to listen to others and really listen, and maybe get them to ask themselves questions that they haven't thought to ask before. Oh, he treats you terribly. Well, why are you with him? Well, I love him. Why do you love him? What is it that you love about him? And really digging into those little questions. And I think the more you understand your own motivation, what drives you, what you're attracted to, what you're interested in, learning more about yourself. The thing is we spend all this time trying to get to know someone and try to love someone and try to gain their acceptance and try to find ways to please them. But how often do we stop and ask ourselves, what do I want? Why don't I love myself more? What is it going to take to make me happy? What do I need to do for myself to feel more confident? And just, why can't I love myself the way I choose to love another person? Why am I always beating myself up and putting myself down? And you see, the thing is you program yourself that way. If you're always putting yourself down, you're always going to be depressed, and you're never going to rise above that, because subconsciously you're telling yourself you're no good. So ultimately you got to start finding the one thing you like about yourself and focus on that. And then you find two things that you like about yourself and focus on that. And that's what life coaching is all about. Life coaching is basically to get people to see things from a different point of view, to see themselves and to see how beautiful they really are, and see how much of a disservice they are doing to themselves by attacking themselves and persecuting themselves and sacrificing themselves for the happiness of others, of people who don't even appreciate them. That's what life coaching is. And so I've done a lot of that. And I've also helped people figure out how to do a budget and get their money under control, because the number one stress in most relationships when it comes to marriages, number one reason for divorce, is arguments over money. Well, if you guys can get on the same page about money, you have a better chance of success, and two people working together for mutual survival is better than one person going out alone trying to survive. So,
no doubt.
You know,
no doubt.
I mean, ultimately it's about communication. That's what it all breaks down to, and that's one thing I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but everybody here, you know, that's listening to this podcast and our conversation knows at this point I'm a good communicator. I know how to effectively communicate ideas that are in my head so that others can understand them. And ultimately, that's what you have to do, is you have to be able to talk to yourself in a way that you understand things. So many of these so-called, I mean, I don't want to put down people. Some people talk in such abstract terms of like, oh, you have to go forth in life and suck the marrow from the bone. Well, here I am out there in the woods trying to suck marrow out of a deer bone, and it's not doing me a damn bit of good. What the hell are these people talking about? It's talking about but the thing is, ultimately, putting it in practical terms is to say sucking the marrow out of the bone of life is saying stop and focusing on the moments intrinsically in the present, currently. Stop dwelling on the past, because you can't change the past. Learn what you can from that and grow, and try to avoid those mistakes as you move forward into the future. And stop and pausing and just appreciating life for a minute and asking yourself, what is it that I want out of life? That's what it talks about when you talk about sucking the marrow out of life. That's where you slow things down on purpose. Have you ever noticed that when you're having a good time flies, and when you're miserable and bored and sick, that clock, every minute that moves feels like 2 hours, okay? Ultimately, you've got to be able to consciously slow that clock down and be in the moment, in the present, and take that time just to appreciate things that you haven't considered that you should be grateful for. Wow, you know, I'm up here, I'm walking around, I'm feeling great today, the sun feels so warm on my face. I need to stop and just think about that for a moment. Because I could be laying up in bed sick, dying right now, and I'm not. So this is a good day.
And this is so prescient for the moment we're in, because we're coming up to the end of the year. I mean, here comes 2022 coming to us. I mean, for the people listening, whoever may be listening to this, whenever they may listen, maybe 5 years before they listen to it. But it's coming up on a new time here, a new change. I mean, with all this, what would you suggest that, how can we tackle a new year? I mean,
invest in yourself. Start believing in yourself and start investing in yourself. The thing is ultimately, when you sacrifice and compromise your own happiness, you're doing a disservice to everyone in your life. If I look at my children and say, you know, their happiness is more important than mine, so I'm going to sacrifice my happiness and be a little bit more miserable, guess what my kids are going to notice if they're looking up to me as an example? They're going to see someone who's less happy, someone who's more miserable. So if I focus on being happy and balancing myself out and trying to focus on things that are making my life more rich, more positive, they're going to see me smile more. And one thing that we know with absolute certainty, scientifically, is that if you practice smiling, just the muscles turning up into a smile, your brain will chemically release endorphins and dopamine to give you positive validation in your head. They have done studies where they've examined people who are smiling versus frowning. And this is what they've learned. You automatically gain a benefit by simply saying, even though I don't feel like smiling today, I'm going to put a smile on my face. You gain a biological benefit from doing that. So that's where you start. Getting a little exercise.
Kind of fake it till you make it.
Say again?
Kind of like fake it till you make it kind of thing.
Well, it's not a fake it till you make it kind of thing, because when you smile, your brain does automatically release things that make you more positive and feel a better sense of well-being. So it scientifically, chemically in your brain makes you happy just by smiling. So you're not faking it. You're clicking the on switch. The on switch is making a smile. And you can look that up. There are many studies that have validated that happens. And I didn't believe it until I started doing it. I'd sit there thinking, I'm depressed. I'm not feeling good today. I would just smile. And suddenly, within 10, 15 minutes, I'd start feeling better.
And hey, if you do it around other people, and you see, if you smile or your face...
Smilings are contagious. Yes.
Yes. Because everybody else will like go, oh my God, he's happy. I'm going to be happy too. You know, whatever.
Now the thing is, imagine someone who's always walking around with a frown on their face and they're miserable. You can see that dark cloud hanging over their heads, and you're going to avoid them like the plague if you're trying to stay positive. Now, some people will kind of go over and go, are you okay? What's going on? And honestly, I mean, some people can't help that. I mean, that's where they are at. But ultimately, it's those little steps of realizing that you have to better yourself, and you have to get that happiness coming from within. Nobody can complete you. In other words, no external person can give you something that you're missing within yourself. You have to love yourself. You have to love yourself. You have to start proactively taking steps of saying, I don't want to be depressed all the time. I want to have a healthier life. I want to feel more rewarding. If that means if you're physically disabled and you can't do a lot of exercise, do what you can. 5 minutes. The thing is doctors will tell you that, optimally you want to get 20, 30 minutes of exercise a day, at least 3 times a week or something like that, right? But if you can do 5 minutes, that 5 minutes is better than doing nothing at all. 5 minutes of exercise is better than doing nothing at all. So you set a goal, you start at 5 minutes. 5 minutes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm gonna walk around the house, the outside of my house twice, and then I'll be done. Yeah. And then once you're doing that comfortably, you make it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, until you're walking around the block. Now, I mean, if you're having trouble, maybe you're dealing with pain issues, you find other ways to gain that exercise. But practice some smiling. Stop making sacrifices of your own happiness. Start focusing on things that are good for you. Those are the 3 keys. That's how you turn things around. And then once you can do that for yourself, you can start encouraging others to do that. So
I think that's very important. Now, I think that's probably more important than what a lot of people do. They start getting, esoteric. I'm going to go study numerology, which I'm not discounting numerology, but I'm just trying to say that sometimes the physical, material part of our existence is very important.
Well, you want to talk about numerology? I was born on 11/11 at 12:12 p.m. on my birth certificate. My name is William Ollie Cassity Jr., which means I'm a second. I have a double L consonant in both my first and last name in the exact same places. I have a double S in the exact same places. So 2s are numbers that come up for me all the time if you're referencing numerology. 2 represents teacher.
Hey, I'm a 2 as well. I'm 11/18/1971, which means it adds up to 11 or 2. And everything to me is 11s and 2s.
Well, I get doubles on everything on me. That's the 11/11 at 12:12 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah. And being the second, being a junior, with all those double L's and double S's in my name. Yes. So, I mean, ultimately, what I'm saying is that you have this. There are certain people are born with all kinds of different states of health and well-being, right? Some people are born with disabilities, while others are born in much better health. And sometimes people who have to overcome those adversities of limited mobility may have a more rich, more rewarding life just simply because they began setting goals for themselves, whereas a perfectly healthy person chose not to. They just kind of went with the flow with whatever worked best for them in the moment and never got anywhere with their life. I mean, so one of the things that I found was most interesting, I can't remember the name of the book. What was it? The Butterfly and the Divining Bell? I can't remember the name of the book exactly, but it was a man who was a journalist who got paralyzed, and all he could move was his left eye. He wrote an entire novel by dictating letters, by blinking his eye.
Oh, shit.
and somebody was writing down what he was saying by blinking his eye. He wrote an entire novel in a paralytic state by blinking his eye.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yes. So
wow.
If he can write a novel and all he can do is move his eyelid to signal to somebody a letter over a period of several years to write the novel, what is your excuse for not wanting to write a story? You know,
we're not living our full potential.
We're not living our full potential. But the thing is ultimately not writing a novel is for everybody. Some people have no interest in that. Maybe they have an interest in writing songs. Maybe they have an interest in wanting to be, you know, someone who goes out and explores the natural wilderness and wants to learn all the names of all the plants and flowers. Start focusing on that. Grab a little book and start reading and start learning to identify things. Get to where you know this stuff. That's how you grow. Don't wait. Don't put it off till later. Do it now.
But let's go back to being young for just one second. Okay, now I remember you made some you hit my imagination. It's like whenever you're young. I remember when I was living in Tennessee, I was like 24, you know, whatever, and my brain was not where it's at now. I was depressed. I was beating myself up. There's no way that I don't know that I could have comprehended what we're talking about now. I don't know what age has to do with that. I know that you've got to hear it then, or you'll never achieve it. So if you're not listening to what we're talking about, what you're talking about tonight, when you're younger, you probably will never achieve it when you're older. But I don't know that you can fully comprehend it when you're younger. Maybe you can. I don't know. What do you think? Is it?
I think you can. I think you can. Because ultimately, like this goes back to where we talked about with that creativity, asking a 5-year-old, you know, well, how does a bulldozer work? And they come up with all these outlandish, crazy, wild answers that sound just awesome and cool to them, right? Oh, there's little leprechauns in the motor, and they jump up and down, and that forces the things to go up and down, and whatever answer they come up with. Yeah. I think we beat that out of them. Yeah, not intentionally. I think it's just a byproduct of saying, hey, we got to get to this lesson, we got to get to that lesson, we got to get to that lesson. But if we can find a way to keep that spirit alive, which is essentially what I think I've accomplished. I won't know in certain until my 10-year-old reaches his 18th birthday and we see where he's at. But the other ones are right on track. They still retain that creative imagination, that exploration, that curiosity. And I discuss these concepts with them all the time. I mean, my 12-year-old can sit down with me and talk to me about these philosophical concepts, and she understands where I'm coming from because she can repeat them back to me. She can give me examples, you know, and this is just stuff we talk about naturally. So I think that you can, if you start out by giving them all the tools capable. Look, this society that we have, we just talked about how flight has only existed for 120 years, how the radio signal has not existed much longer than that. And everything that we've dealt with today has all been packaged and produced through mass media. That is through radio, through television, through newspapers, through the internet, through cable, through satellite, all of this communication. And we are all being sent the same. That's why, like, for example, so many people love Star Wars, because we were all able to start sharing, especially in the early days of the internet, our love of Star Wars together. So it created this kind of culture that kind of existed. It kind of appeared out of nowhere. You know, before 1996, 1997, you had a couple of personal friends that you knew who liked Star Wars, but you didn't realize that so many people across this country shared that same love and had the same things. So this society that we have, every street that was ever designed, every traffic law that was passed, every technology we've used to navigate the roads, how we build our libraries, all of this stuff, people just had the idea somewhere in the past and said, you know, it'd be great. Let's build a building and we put all of our books in there, and then people can just come and borrow whatever books they want to learn whatever. Wouldn't that be a great idea? Someone came up with that concept.
Ben Franklin.
And now we have libraries, right?
Yes.
Someone came up with that concept, and now we have libraries. But the thing is we sometimes, kids take that for granted. We go to the library, oh, it doesn't have the books we want. Well, why can't you get with your friends and start getting the books that you guys already have, and maybe start your own little private library? Do you really need the public library to do that? If you really want to make something specialized, just do it. And I think that's ultimately what we need to do. If you want to change the world, you start with yourself. And that's ultimately, if we teach people that you're in control of your own destiny, you and I, we were both taught the same thing. Like I said, we go to college, you get your degree, you go work 20, 30 years in a job, and you're going to be happy and fulfilled, right? That's what they tell us. Well, not everybody's been able to go through that path. Some people have dealt with illness. Some people lost their jobs, whatever it may be, right? Yeah. Some people didn't go to college, whatever it may be. But just because somebody else found success doing it one way doesn't mean you can't find your own way towards success. And what your measure of what success is doesn't have to be the same as another person. One person may say, oh, success to me means having $1 million in the bank, a wife that's 25 years old who's drop dead gorgeous, and a fast sports car. Whereas the other guy, that, he might say, well, success to me is being able to go fishing every day and not have to worry about my bills being paid.
Yeah.
So don't measure your success in contrast to somebody's. You define your success by looking at yourself and setting your own goals and saying, this is what I want out of life. And the heck with it, and people might say you're stupid or whatever. If you've decided that's what you want, even if somebody else says that doesn't sound like that's good for you, you can take that in consideration and hear their argument, but ultimately you don't let them talk you out of it. You examine the evidence and you decide for yourself what you really want. And you go that direction.
Hey, Will, I'm going to ask you a deep question in about 2 seconds from now, but right now I have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. They put up a tent out here beside where you and I are talking. I had you on speakerphone, and they're listening to you talk. But now let me just, and they're listening, and I'm glad they are. But now let me ask you this. In this world we live today, there's been so much political, and you're talking about this. You're talking about all this, you mentioned the pandemic that we're in right now, and we're very few generations had to deal with that, and all this stuff going on. What are we going to have to do to get back to where, or get to a place to where we need to be? I mean, it just seems like we're in such an upheaval place right now. Is this temporary, or what do you see going on with this?
Well, I think that what we see in the news and what we see in the newspapers and what we hear, the chatter among people with these opposing ideologies, that's what these are. These are ideologues. These are people who think that they know better than you how to live your life and what will make you happy and what's the greater good for everybody else. What you have to do is realize they're just a bunch of talking heads, political parasites who seek their own personal power, and that's it. That's all they seek. They're not in it for you and I. They don't know anything about you and I. They're out of touch with how you and I live. You know your life. You're the one that wakes up. You look at the clock. You know where you got to be and what you got to do. So what you do is you try to find some way, in the midst of all those things that you have to do to survive, to find those moments that you can steal away for yourself to say, this is what gives my life meaning. They don't understand it. They won't ever get it. And it starts at home. Ultimately, the thing is when you wake up in the morning, you don't have Donald Trump or Joe Biden staring over your shoulder, well, here's what we're going to do today. Okay? You don't. And I do feel that, this pandemic, I was one of the first people. I was talking about it in January of last year when everybody else was ignoring it. I was wearing a mask before February. I was wearing a mask when I went places, and people looked at me like I was stupid. But I was like, well, we don't know what's going on with this yet. We don't know what's happening. Until we have more information, I'm going to take the precautions that I've got to take for my own personal responsibility. It had nothing to do with somebody mandating something to me. It had nothing to do with me being afraid. I wasn't afraid. I was like, well, I'm informed. I see that there's something going on here. We don't understand it. I'm going to be careful. I'm going to make sure that
kids raised.
Yeah. And because I've always been mindful that things could happen. For example, we could end up with a natural disaster that hits our supply chain here in Ashley County to where it damages, our stores, and we may have to go several days before trucks can come in with food to bring us food in emergency. So at a bare minimum, you should at least have 3 to 5 days worth of food on hand, just in case something bad happens. I mean, anything can happen. In the Pacific Northwest, I learned that because I've seen people buying these emergency kits, and I was like, why are you buying that? They were like, well, you do know that Mount Rainier was a volcano at one time. Oh, really? Got it. Yes, we have earthquakes. Things can happen. And it's like, well, that's true. So you want to be prepared for a bad day. So ultimately what you do is you try to prepare as best as you can and then focus on living your life. And quite frankly, I mean, with COVID, I mean, as long as you're doing, especially the big thing that they say that you hear people talk about the mask all the time. Wear your mask, wear your mask, wear your mask. Where do you hear all these talking heads in the public sector talking about washing your hands? That's the number one thing you can do. Washing your hands after you go to the store. That's the number one thing. That's the number one place you're going to carry the virus when you go home. Is on your hands, not in your nose. It's going to be on your hands because you're touching something that somebody just sneezed in their hand and wiped all over a box of cereal, and you're going over there picking up that box of cereal and moving it to the side to grab the next one. Those touching surfaces are the most dangerous ones, but they don't talk about the importance of washing hands. They only talk about the mask. So I would say that basically you take the precautions that you feel are necessary and try to do and just live your life, And ultimately, when you're living your life and you're happy and you're finding fulfillment, and those guys up in Washington realize that when you realize you don't need them, and you're doing great, that makes them feel utterly and completely worthless. That's the reason. Then they're going to try to make you scared about something else. They try to make us scared of the war on drugs. Remember that? Oh, watch out! There's been war on terror. Same thing. Same people that are talking to us about don't judge others based on the color of their skin. 20 years ago, we're judging people based on the color of their skin.
It's kind of like watch what I'm doing, not watch what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
But it served their purpose 20 years ago to turn us against people that we don't even know. Now, yes, we did face a great tragedy, September 11, 2001. That was a terrible tragedy. Did we need to exasperate all that fear and all that anxiety and all that resentment towards an entire group of people that had no responsibility for what happened? How many other terrorist attacks happened in the United States after that one? See, I mean, it'd be different if there was an explosion happening every other day, but that's not the case. But if you listen to them, you had to see something, say something. It was all a technique to manipulate us into being afraid. Stop being afraid. Just stop being afraid. Take the precautions you know that are necessary, that are important. Take care of your health. Do the best you can. Be mindful of others. I mean, especially when you're dealing with elderly people, those are the most vulnerable people to this virus. My mother passed away December 28th of last year, because the people around her were not being mindful that they could possibly be spreading that to the elderly people in their care, and the people that spread it to her were younger and healthier, and they caught COVID and they survived it. My mother did not. So
you lost your mom in it.
Yes. And I'm still telling you not to be afraid. I'm telling you that basically fear is the greatest weapon of tyrants.
But take care of business.
Throughout human history, take care of yourself. Do what you have to do. Take care of yourself. But like I said, the talking heads all talk about masks and social distancing while they gather in large numbers, but they don't ever talk about washing their hands. But if you listen to doctors, the doctors tell you to wash your hands frequently.
Well,
why do you think hand sanitizer was such a big thing? They don't talk about hand sanitizer anymore, do they? No, because it dries out their skin and it's very uncomfortable. That's why they don't talk about it. So,
but I'm gonna tell you this: today I went shopping and I still put on my mask because of the fact that I didn't want to touch my face, because I touch my face every 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's where we talk about where I go back into that voluntarism stuff. Voluntarism. If you are doing it of your own conscious, voluntary consent, saying I'm going to wear this mask, who am I to condemn you and say why are you wearing that mask? Now, I mean, if you were up to something nefarious, like if you were trying to knock over a store or something, then that becomes a problem. But most people are not doing that. Most people are, and here's the thing that and this is probably the most important lesson that I can say. Think about every moment of every day that you wake up and that you've been alive. How many out of all the hours that you've lived, how many times have you literally had a police officer or a judge or a politician standing over your shoulder looking at what you're doing, or a pastor looking at what you're doing?
Zero.
How many times did you say to yourself, without these people, I would behave like an animal. Without these rules, I would behave like an animal. Nobody. 99.9% of the time in your entire life, you're going to do the right thing on your own because that's who you are. Right. If you're a good person, most people are good people. They're going to do the right thing even when no one is looking. The thing is politicians are teaching us that without them, we'd all just be a bunch of animals being completely chaotic, and we would be attacking each other, and there'd be people getting beat up and hurt and killed everywhere. It'd be the outlaws, wild, wild west.
Right.
Does that reflect the reality of your everyday life when these people aren't around, when nobody's looking? Are you acting like an animal? Do the people you know, do they act like animals? No, they do not. So you got to remember two things. One, in essence, people are basically good and they do the best they can. Some people are not. Be on your guard. You're responsible for your own safety. If you see someone and they are menacing or intimidating and they are trying to impose themselves in such a way, or they're trying to do something harmful to another person, then you need to assess that. You need to be consciously aware of that, and you need to act according to your own morals and principles. If that means defending the other person, if that means calling the cops, whatever that means, right? So you do the right thing. You focus on doing the right thing, and you live your life based on your own moral and ethic code. And the thing is you ask yourself, what is morally right to me? And if you understand that and you have that as your guiding principle, people can't dissuade you. And if you can walk on that, then you're walking on something called a principle. And that's the best advice I can give any young person. Don't let people tell you that, oh, you need us, without us, everything will fall apart. We don't need Washington. We don't need these politicians. They're just leeches. And they're there for their own personal power. What you want to do, if you want to make people's lives better, you don't depend on them. You don't elect them to go do it. You get up off of your own butt, put your own two hands to work, and you make somebody's life better. You make your own life better first, because if you're doing well, it's easier for you to give and help others.
You've mentioned that 2 or 3 times, and there's 2 things I want to point out. One is that you got to save yourself when you save others. And the other is I've heard you talk about foundation, like on a house, you have a foundation. If that's built well, the rest of it will hold up. What do you think about foundation type stuff? What's your...
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the individual is the foundation of our society. You can't do something for the greater good. You can't sacrifice, one for the sake of the millions. You have to cherish, and you have to show that when I talked about that moral principle of what's right and wrong for you, am I going to kill my neighbor so that the other people in my neighborhood will survive? Absolutely not. I will not kill one person to save the lives of all these other people. We're going to all try to find a way working together to try to save all of us together. We can come together and figure out a better way. The thing is, this is not an ultimatum where it's all or nothing. So that foundation starts with you. The foundation starts with you setting your own code of what is morally right and what is morally wrong and doing the right thing. And once you do that, you have a sense of self. You know who you are. And once you know who you are, you know what you can potentially achieve. At that point, all you have to do is start setting goals. when you start setting goals and you start achieving those goals, you validate who you are. And then you can start showing that to other people. And once you can show that to other people, and you can give them to believe in themselves by your example, because you believe in them, well, he's doing so great. If he believes in me, I must be doing something right. All you need is that little spark, and you ignite that in somebody else, and they can take it and go. And then suddenly you've got a dozen people all doing the same thing. And then you got that dozen people is, influencing 10 dozen more. Yeah. And suddenly you got a whole town of people who are just looking out for each other, doing the right thing. And basically, those people in Washington are still bickering and fighting over nothing because they ain't doing nothing for you. I shared today a chart that showed that basically, when it comes to what people want, with the United States government, what they want, that basically if it's something that everybody wants and they're really for it, it gets passed about 30% of the time. If it's something that nobody doesn't want and nobody's asked for, the bills still get passed 30% of the time. And it's a flat bar, straight across. I shared the video today on my Facebook. But if you look at the lobbyists, they always get stuff voted against for that they don't want, and they always get the stuff that they want. They always get what they're for. So really, they're not representing us. They're just representing their lobbyists, who are basically helping them get elected. Remember, these people are not doing anything to improve your life. That's the thing that you have to realize. When you realize that, you realize that all the activism to try to change the landscape politically from Washington, D.C. is an utter waste of time. The only thing you can do is change your own community and start working on bettering the lives of the people there, and to start treating each and every individual with dignity and respect until they have proven that they're not worth that. If somebody does something dishonest, you don't have to, you set a boundary with them. You do not have to do anything for them. If they are working against it, or they're hurting others, or they're harming others, you have to set healthy boundaries and say, no, I'm against that. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to help this person, especially if they're hurting other people. But the people that are out there helping others, you watch their backs. You support them. You encourage them. This is how you create effective change in society. This is how you improve your life, and how investing in the lives of the people around you is a good thing. Because if the people around you are happy and prosperous, and you're running a business, you're going to be happy and prosperous because those people will do business with you.
Are you pretty optimistic about the future, or are you concerned about the future, or do you think it's challenge ridden, or do you feel pretty good about it?
I'm mindful of the dangers of people who want to seize power and take charge and try to control people's lives. And I am optimistic that people like me will realize that these people don't have enough brain cells to actually achieve their goals successfully. These guys, they're just talking heads. They want to convince you that they know what's right and wrong, and yet they don't know anything about you. That's what I keep going back to.
People are worshiping these people. That's what concerns me, though, man. It's like,
well, it's ideologues. That's exactly what that is, and they're demagogues. Is what that is. It's demagoguery, and ultimately, the thing is ultimately, you focus on your life. Demography?
I did. And demagogue is someone that people are worshiping, not because of, I forget the exact, but I just looked it up this week, and I was like, wow, that's kind of where we're at. But I think we kind of go in cycles sometimes. I hope we do get back to a good pace.
Well, we do, and I think that things can get them. Here's the thing. When things get tough, that creates opportunities.
Yes.
The thing is
happen.
Right. So the thing is fear is a kind of a worthless emotion if you can't identify what that fear is. Now, am I afraid of the future? Absolutely not. The future is unwritten. In my mind, I believe in free will. I don't believe I'm predestined to do X, Y, or Z. I believe that I'm in charge of my own destiny. And so as long as I'm prepared and plan ahead and keep my eyes open, I can try to avoid most issues. If I see a tornado crossing the road in front of me, I don't drive headlong into it. I pull over and jump in the ditch, right? That's a wise choice. As long as you're mindful of the obstacles that you're facing. And yes, I definitely do think that tyrannical power from a government out of control is a problem. But at the same time, if I lay in bed worrying about it all night, what am I doing with my life? The thing is ultimately I got to get up in the morning. I've got to plan ahead. I got to prepare. I got to make sure my family is provided for. I got to make sure that I have a plan that if things do go bad, maybe I can find a way to help people. Maybe I can find a way to better our situation. Maybe I can find a new idea that might make things easier on people. So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because I believe in myself. And that doesn't mean that I have this overinflated value of self. It's just simply, fact is if I fail, I'll acknowledge, wow, I screwed up. I apologize. I had to apologize to my daughter this morning because I got on to her last night about something with ice cream because I really wanted some ice cream and it had melted. No one put it away. And I got carried away with that. And I looked at her and I said, I'm sorry, babe. I shouldn't have got all lost control of my temper over the ice cream deal. I make mistakes, but when you own those mistakes and learn from them, you can improve yourself. And as long as you're constantly improving, it doesn't matter how bad things get because you're going to strengthen yourself. And honestly, if you haven't been through some rough times, you wouldn't know as much as you know. So you learn from your mistakes more than you do your successes.
Tell me the name of that business. Tell me the name of that business one more time, so I can remember what you're saying and what the name of the business is at the same time.
Oh, you're talking about Better Than Yesterday Foundation, BTY Thrift. Yeah.
And that's what you're talking about. That's exactly what you're saying.
Exactly.
It's that growth.
I can't change the world today, but I can make it better than yesterday. You know who I'm making it better for? I'm making it better for my family because since my family have been doing it, they've been more extroverted, they've been more social, they've been happier. They interacting with the community. But the people coming in shopping, they're getting Christmas gifts cheaper than they would usually get, going to other stores. People on limited fixed incomes are getting things that they need. It's making a difference in their lives. We're not judging people who are, who are coming in with very little. Because we've been there. We've been broke. My mother was a single mom raising me on food stamps. Okay. I mean, we had housing authority, so the thing is I went to school and hand-me-downs. I didn't have any wealth in my life, but I have prosperity now. And I'm not going to judge somebody who comes in with 2 pennies rubbed together. If they're just trying to get Christmas for their kid, I'm going to find some way to help them get Christmas for their kid, and to help them understand that maybe materialism isn't, maybe necessarily they don't need that new bicycle they really, really want. Maybe they need a hug. Maybe they need somebody to say, I believe in you. Maybe that's more important than that bicycle is. And if I could share that little bit of knowledge and, sell them a $2 basketball, great. We all win. Everybody wins.
I'm going to tell you, though, back to that experience thing, man. We've been talking about experience, goals, living where you're at, where you're now, here and now. But like with my family, we don't spend a lot of money on Christmas. We spend, like if I want to spend money, it's because I want to go experience hanging out with the people at BTY or wherever. I want to go there and have that experience of doing things. And that's kind of what my family does. You may spend money, but it's more about going there and hanging out with people. And
we go all out at times. Here's what we've done. There's been a couple of years where I've literally gone just totally insane and indulged simply because I had worked and I had earned the prosperity and I spoiled my kids. And then, like for example, last year, what we did is we chose a modest Christmas. We set up a little 4-foot Christmas tree, and we each drew names from a hat, and we basically exchanged gifts with each other, $25 a piece. I mean, the family of 6 spent $150 plus the $7 for the Christmas tree. That's what we spent for Christmas last year, $157. But you know what? That was the Christmas they wanted to do again this year. We drew names out of a hat again this year.
Yeah. we're not doing it now. There's been times where I got a huge Christmas bonus. I go spend every bit of it. There's been times where my kid would go, I'm bored opening gifts.
Yes.
And then there's been times where we're like, who gives a shit? Let's go out there and cook some cake together. Go play football in the front yard or something.
Yep.
You know, just whatever. You know, I don't think you should put yourself in a box.
Well, we don't put ourselves in a box for sure. As a matter of fact, we do 2 Thanksgivings every year. We usually do one because we start craving ham and stuff around the end of September, beginning of October. So yeah, we'll do a full blown Thanksgiving dinner with pumpkin pie and everything around right after my wife's birthday, usually around October 2nd. Maybe a week or so later, we'll do a full blown Thanksgiving dinner, and we'll spend the whole weekend just slapping ourselves silly. And then we'll do regular Thanksgiving again, you know, come the actual holiday. We do things on our own terms. And ultimately, that's the thing that I'm talking about. Live life on your terms. You don't have to live by somebody else's rules. I mean, you don't want to break rules that can get you in trouble. For example, you don't. If you like speeding, being a speed demon, well, you need to hold that stuff off until you're on an interstate where the speed limit is where you want it to be. You don't want to do it down a back gravel road where, you know, deputy sheriff will stop you and say, "What are you doing, crazy? Driving 80 on a gravel road," right? So you want to do things that make sense. You don't want to do things that put your life at risk, but at the same time, you want to do things that are fulfilling. And so ultimately just start doing, and that's what I do. I mean, people look at me, and quite often some people look at me and say, wow, he looks like a hermit homeless man. And other people look at me and go, wow, he looks like a biker. Well, I'm not really none of those things. I'm just a guy who said, I'm sick of shaving and decided not to shave anymore because I can't.
I think of like a poetic Jim Morrison when I look at you. I think of like, this dude, he knows something. He's hiding some shit that I need to know.
It was just really more simpler than that. I was in all these boardrooms, sitting in there, got the presidential award from Verizon Wireless from the president. Can't remember his name, man, Dan or something or another, back in 2003. And when I was at Dell, I got the Michael Dell Award when I was there. And when I was at Assyrian, I was always getting, showered with praise for a while there. And it's like I had to shave for all these executives all the time. I had to be clean shaven. I had to look professional. I had to fit in, because I didn't have any edge. They were all with the college degrees. I was just some guy who just busted my butt to learn the stuff as best as I could. And they realized what I could do and said, hey, this guy knows more than I do. Let's talk to him. Which is what is my advice? Find somebody that knows more than you and sit down and talk to them about anything. If you want to become the expert, best fisherman in the world, you go find someone who fishes better than you, who has a reputation of being a good fisherman. That's where you're going to learn from. You're not going to learn from somebody who's never dropped a hook in the water, right? So there's a lot of people that's got a lot of tails who go fishing once or twice a year, and they'll tell you they know everything there is to know about fishing, but they never prove it. So, I mean, and that's the same thing. And so when I got to the point where I didn't have to deal with those guys anymore and I was working for myself, I realized, well, I work from home. Who's going to see me if I shave? I sit in my underwear and work half the time. I work 4 or 5 hours, and then I get up and put my pants on and go say good morning to my family. So why am I shaving? And that's literally what I did.
I heard this quote from, and I quote Alan Watts a lot. I love this guy. But he said about religion, he says, once you realize that you don't need a religion, you're going to have one. And, of course, what I'm going with that is like for years and years, I was like you, like you were talking about. Now, you and I both have went out in public again now, from what I understand of it. But now, for years, I worked at home. I never did leave the house. I just did stuff on the computer. I'd send it to somebody else, and they would do something else. Like people in Connecticut, people in Washington, and wherever else. But then I got bored with that, and I wanted to go out and interact with people again. And, of course, I think that now we all need to do that. Like, the reason why I started at Ashley County Now stuff is because I wanted to go out and talk to people. I wanted to experience people, because it was all became computer screens to me. I wanted to see what it was like again, because I read about history, all like the founding fathers of our country. It was all about shaking hands, like you talked about a little bit ago, that and changing our bowel nones and like just getting out there and getting dirty and muddy, and that's where it's at, dude. It's not. But you got to find your place in that whole order. But it's not really a competition, because nobody's the same. We're all doing different things at different times, and I don't know. Go ahead.
When you wake up in the morning and you look out your window, what do you see? Trees. Well, trees. Well, when the light comes out, you see trees, right?
That's right.
There are people who live on the streets of New York City, who have never left that city. All they have ever woken up to and have seen are concrete buildings and concrete walkways and cars. They might go to the park and see a tree, but they've not actually left the city. So the thing is there's different perceptions of reality. When politicians are telling people we're running out of places to grow food, when they tell us all of these different things, and that our environment is shrinking and all these other problems, when you look outside your window and you see the trees, you're kind of like, what? But somebody who lives in a concrete jungle will look at it and go, well, yeah, I can see what they're talking about. When was the last time I've seen a tree? So it's all about the realities that we shape ourselves. And that's why I think that we should always focus on getting to know things that we're not familiar with. If you grow up in the country, spend a little bit of time in the city if you can, even if it's just a vacation. Try to get a feel for that. If you grew up in the city, try to get out in the country a little bit. Just expose yourself to new things and new ideas. That's that part of that personal growth. And what you were talking about before, you were talking about the pioneers who were, founding fathers who created this country and established all the infrastructure. Originally, people were building houses of worship. They were building churches. And they were like, oh, well, we need to think about our children, and we need to better the lives of our children. Well, how can we do that? Well, let's start educating them. Did they go and build a school? No. What they did, they were like, hey, we have a church. It's a building. We got a school teacher. She can come in there and teach. You guys, when we're not using church for worship, let's turn it into a school. And that's what they did. They utilized the resources they had, and they created their own educational program. They didn't rely on Washington, D.C. to create it for them. They didn't rely on Washington, D.C. to tell them what to teach their kids. They just said, hey, we have this building, let's use it. And ultimately, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about reestablishing and reconnecting to this community. Because what is the most powerful resource on this planet right now? Human potential. It's not the trees. I mean, trees are great. I love trees. Trees are awesome. I love squirrels. Squirrels are amazing. But really, what one person can do when they set their mind to it, to accomplish something, then you multiply that times 100 people. Then you multiply that times 1,000 people. What can you do with 1,000 people all working towards the same common goal? Wow. In one community this size here, you're with 20,000 people in Ashley County, right? What can 1,000 of those people working together achieve? Just working together. And ultimately, I agree with you. This is kind of why we decided it was time for us to step out and get back into the community, because we had built a solid foundation for ourselves. We had worked on our lives. We had fixed a lot of the issues that we were facing, my insecurities, my wife's insecurities. I mean, her testimony is amazing. She never knew her father. Her mother passed away when she was 15. She's open and honest about this with anyone that asks. So she was essentially an orphan at that point, and she got on drugs and was drinking and was a runaway and everything else by the age of 19 when I met her. She was already a mess, and she was already an alcoholic. We've been together 20 years now. She doesn't even touch whiskey. She doesn't even crave alcohol. She hasn't done drugs since we've been together. I mean, and she did all of this on her own court, but she had her own demons she had to fight. She had to overcome all this inferior insecurities and anxieties she had about not being good enough. And she had to find the value within herself. And then she had to extend that value and teach those values to her children. And now she stepped out of this larger than life, stepping out and changing a community, one person at a time, one smile at a time, one introduction at a time. She doesn't expect to have. She doesn't see herself as some kind of savior. She just sees herself as wanting to do something right by other people, to share some of the happiness we've built for ourselves. That's it. If somebody doesn't want that happiness, they're happy to move along. We're not going to force it upon them. We're not going to force our ideas upon them, because we believe every interaction should be voluntary.
I'm a big fan of Big Lebowski, and I dig y'all's style, and I also dig that you're not a fan of big government.
I'm a fan of self-governance. I believe that you know what's right for your life, and that you should have your own moral code, and you should follow your moral code. And as long as you're doing that and you're teaching other people to have... See, that's the thing. Some people are so afraid of screwing up. They just want someone to blame if something goes wrong. Or they're afraid of making a bad decision and facing the consequences of that decision, and they want to avoid the responsibility of that. Well, part of being mature, part of being an adult, is to accept responsibility for not just your successes, but your failures too. Because like I said, you're going to learn more from mistakes than you ever will from your successes. You're going to go, well, I'm not going to do that again, that's for sure, because that didn't turn out well. And that's one of those things that you just keep striving. And the thing is, it's not a matter of if you make a mistake, right? This is where I go back into being prepared. It's when. You're gonna have a mistake. You're gonna make a mistake. And you got to be prepared to deal with consequences. And if there's no one else to blame, what are you going to do if you're used to blaming someone? Well, the earlier you can start accepting responsibility and going, my bad? Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh, I didn't know it was going to happen like this. Do your research. Do what you can to avoid mistakes. But when you make a mistake, own it. Say, yep, that was me. That was all me. And you go. And ultimately, the thing is and let's go back into government. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do I have a right to arrest my neighbor if they don't mow their lawn? Do I have that right?
I mean, you need to mind your own damn business and mow your own yard, in my opinion.
Right, exactly. Right, exactly. Who am I to arrest or imprison my neighbor simply for not mowing their lawn? Okay. Now, if I really want their lawn mowed, right, I can talk to them. I can say, hey, guy, I'm trying to sell my house over here. I'd be happy to mow your yard for you, and my property value will look a little bit better, right? There's other things I can do. But actually arresting them, confining them, imprisoning them, that's something I don't have a moral right to do, right? Morally, I don't have a right to hold someone against their will because they're doing something, not doing something I want them to do, right? But I can elect a politician. I can vote for a politician who says, I think everybody should have clean mowed yards. Oh, I like that guy. I like the way he's talking. I can't stand my neighbor. I'm going to force my neighbor to mow his lawn. So then I can elect a politician to then take that law and pass a law saying anyone who doesn't mow their lawn is going to get fined $100. And anyone who doesn't pay that fine or refuses to mow the lawn afterwards, they're going to be arrested and be held in prison for 3 days.
Yeah.
So how do I and other people who want lawns mowed pass a right to some politician to do something that I don't have a right to do myself?
I got you. Just like with me, I'm like typically if someone's not mowing the yard, it's because they're either sick, they don't have time, their lawnmower's broke, they don't have the money to fix it, and that's the thing. And of course, if somebody comes up to my property and worried about my yard, I got a 30-30, and I'm gonna put it in their head. I'm like, look, you get the fuck out of my yard. Right. That's my opinion. But I'm like, look here, you need to go on. And that's the way people, they want to impose their will on other people, though. That's what I see with a lot of.
And it doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right if you try to do it yourself or if you hire some thug called a politician to do it on your behalf. It doesn't make it right.
it makes you a shithead if you hire somebody else to do it. In my opinion, you know,
if let's say this, if I told my neighbor, if you don't mow your yard, I'm gonna come beat you up. Well, you'd look at me and say, "Wow, Will, that's an overreaction. You shouldn't do that." No, okay, now, but wait a minute. Well, what if I went and found a gang of guys, like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna give you guys $50 a piece to go beat up my neighbor"? Does that make it right? No, it doesn't. So hiring someone else to do your work for you, your dirty work for you, does not make it right. Hiring a politician to force your will onto other people does not make it right. I don't have a right to. How can I give a right that I don't have to a politician to do something in my name that I can't do for myself? It doesn't make any logical sense. Do you see what I'm saying? So, yes. In a nutshell, the whole idea that they have some special right to rule because they got elected is all bogus. It means nothing. I mean, so, you have a special right to rule because 6,000 people put your name on a piece of paper to get you to do something for them that they want you to do on their behalf against everybody else who doesn't want to do it. No, it doesn't make it right. All you're doing is hiring a thug to do your dirty work for you. That's what you're doing.
It's a mercenary. Exactly.
Yes, politicians are mercenaries. And you know who they work for? They don't work for the citizens of this country. They work for their lobbyists. They work for the lobbyists, the people who pay them the most money. And there are studies done by universities that prove that. They follow the money. They work for Wall Street. They work for everybody but the citizens they claim to represent.
Just look at how much it costs to get elected. That tells you all you need to know. Right there.
Well, the thing is I'm just against the whole idea. I'm for self-governance. The thing is that's something else I've learned as well. There's a psychology. When you're against something, you have to be angry. You have to push against it, right? You have to. When you're against something, that anger can only last so long. But when you're for something, that's something that has staying power. In their psychology today, they actually did a paper on this. So it's better to find things that you're for than things that you're against. I'm for self-governance. I'm for you ruling over yourself, you having authority over your own life. That's freedom.
That is freedom.
That is freedom. Having authority over your own life is freedom. What you put into your body, what you choose to do, the choices you make, as long as you're not interfering with someone else's freedom or liberty, that's self-governance. That's what that is.
But now, with that comes responsibility.
Right. And that's what we're talking about. People want to avoid responsibility, so they get politicians to do their dirty work. Right. Because that wasn't me. I didn't elect him to do that. Really? Oh, yeah. So
with your complicity,
you're complicit. And so that's the reason I've reached this point now. And this is a decision I came to. See, I had these ideas, and they just grow and they evolve. And they're not done. You may talk to me 2 years from now. There may be some very different things I'm saying because I figured it out. I've sit and thought about it and see a new angle. Right.
That's right.
So I'm always thinking. Continue to think, continue to grow as I live. Right. I want new thoughts, new ideas. But this idea of looking at, do I have a right to hire a thug to do my dirty work for me? Does that make me morally right to do so? That's made me decide that I no longer want to participate in the voting process. So as far as it comes to voting, whether it's independent, Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. None of these people are working for me anyway. None of these people are working for you anyway. They're working for lobbyists. So why am I wasting my time? Instead, I can focus my time and energy on helping the people in my community. I can be like this podcast. I think some people will gain some insights in here that they might get better control of their lives just for you and I talking. They might say, oh, how can I apply that to my life? What can I do? Those are the questions you should be asking yourself. What can I do to make my life better?
Well, and not only that, but like we live in a culture now it's all about 144 characters. I can assure you that if you take the words that you and I have used tonight in our podcast, there's more than 144 characters.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's that vapid, shallow, narcissistic, egotistical feeding.
Yeah. There's a
culture that we have. But that's why I try to take things in social media and try to break them down into simple concepts. Like I'll do a little blurb, like I'll say outright, I hate politicians. I hate politicians. And I'll say this is an example as to why. And so I'll do that. And the thing is I ultimately know they do not have my best interest at heart. They don't care about me. And I think that's the thing. Probably one of the biggest influences I had in my life was listening to comedian George Carlin.
Oh, I love George Carlin. Yeah.
George Carlin.
Now I know
because
how you and I are connected. That's why. George Carlin.
Yes. Well, you listen to any of those old guys, George Carlin, Lenny Bruce, any of them, you'll begin to realize that basically the thing is there's a carefully constructed perspective through pop culture that you are being told this is what your ideal life should look like. And if you don't have it, blame them.
Yeah.
The thing is ultimately the game is to keep us fighting amongst ourselves so we don't come together to realize how much we're getting screwed over by the people who have power over us.
That's what they do every day. They keep us fighting. They keep the blacks against the white, the poor against the rich, the Mexicans against the whoever. I mean, it's about that. It's like a puppeteer thing. They put the puppet over here, and so that you won't pay attention to what they're doing, which is taking millions. They're setting their families up for multiple generations of wealth.
Well, that video. Well, actually, here's the funny thing about that. There's a guy I listen to out of Nashville called Dave Ramsey. Somebody tuned him into me back around '96. I started listening to it, and he's actually done studies. You know, his organization helps people get out of debt and pay off debt and invest and become wealthy, doing a simple budgeting process, right? And he's done surveys of like 1,000 millionaires and what they, different things. And he's actually looked at the numbers and statistics. 90% of millionaires in the United States today are first-generation millionaires.
Yeah.
Most millionaires or billionaires, even the super rich, lose generational wealth. They lose 66% of their generational wealth by the second generation and 90% of the generational wealth by the third generation. That means that anyone who's a millionaire, billionaire today, with their grandchildren will lose or squander 90% of that wealth. So if somebody's worth $1 billion, that means that 90% of that money will be gone by the time their grandchildren start spending it. And ultimately, that's what we need to be teaching our kids. We don't need to let up on that. We need to tell them that you save money and you invest. You prepare for a rainy day. You find wealth in other means. Wealth is not just money.
Yeah.
Wealth can be that 22 ammo I have sitting up in my closet right now that I may not touch for 10 years, or I may go shoot next weekend, and I get that quality time with my kids. That's wealth that none of those people in the IRS can tax. The time I spend with my kids, and that's and if I wait 10 years, then I might be able to sell that 22 ammunition for 3 times the amount of money or 5 times the amount of money, whatever, under the table.
Here's something I didn't know this about guns, but I'm going to tell you, I have guns, okay? I didn't even dig it until someone threw it up at me. But a lot of people I know, they don't have 401ks, and I've invested in that kind of thing, okay? But now, a lot of people I know, they may own 500 guns, and they got serial numbers for them. And that's what money.
Well, see, that's the thing. Value is value. I mean, the thing is supply and demand, right? Well, the thing is ultimately people who have guns, there are collectors out there who will collect guns, and I'm sure some of those people that have 500 guns, at least 1 or 2 of those guns are going to be exceptionally well maintained. maybe rare models, maybe
Yeah.
even a story behind it. I mean, could you imagine,
Yeah.
having a Colt 40, like I don't know, anything like a handgun or something that was used in a Western, that
Yeah.
somebody actually took and set it up to where it'd be operational again. Maybe John Wayne was, took a picture with it or something like that. I mean, there's so many different things that can happen. But that's the thing that I'm talking about. Wealth saved, anything. I'm an avid coin collector. I've been collecting coins since I was 7, 8 years old. My grandmother started me with a penny collection. She gave me a steel penny. And that started me collecting. I tried to collect all the Lincoln pennies I could from 1909 to 1983 because those are all the ones that are 90% copper. You know how much copper is worth right now?
Very expensive.
Yeah, yeah, and I have a
Copper.
whole ton of copper pennies. Now, of course, you don't really want to say that much copper, but do you know that any dime, mercury dime, any dime produced before 1964 is mostly silver? Did you know a quarter produced before 1964 is mostly silver and is worth about $8 or $9 today? In other words, it has actually survived inflation in the silver value. And I've got all these coins that have been sitting here growing in value, some of them in mint condition.
And here's what's so weird. You mentioned 1964 and guns. There's a pre-1964. If you have a pre-1964 Winchester 3030, you're sitting on a mint.
Oh, yes, you are.
Those and there's something about that time period. I don't know what happened or what we did after then, but we changed some stuff in America. I don't know what it was.
I mean, the thing is I definitely do feel that the civil rights movement was a good thing. I definitely feel that there was a lot of things there that gave equal rights to people and made people's lives better. And I really, especially giving black people the right to vote was an amazing thing. Of course, which is an ironic thing because I am talking about voting is useless and I'm going to stop participating in this thuggery of electing politicians to do my dirty work, right? I'm going to stop that system. I'm just going to focus on self-governance, and I'm going to spread the message about that. But as far as being able to participate in this democratic, in this representative republic, and actually participate in the system, I felt that was a very noble thing. Now, some people will falsely claim that that's what the cause was, but here's actually what it was. That's whenever they really began to start funding dependence upon the federal government. They started instituting programs to encourage states, in order to get federal funds, to do as we say. And they started centralizing more and more of states' self-governments. They started, we'll adopt these school policies so we can get school money to teach our kids. And they started centralizing a lot of that stuff that they could. And also, that's when they began to heavily subsidize businesses and things of this nature and give them power. And they also began to subsidize people who were capable of working, who did not want to work. And they specifically, there's some things I need to be careful about, because there are some things that I do feel that the United States government did as an injustice to the black families. Because in Detroit in the 1950s, the black American family was 96% solid, and they were doing exceptionally well, rising quickly to the middle class. And then suddenly, you had these black families, strong, proud, raising themselves up out of poverty, working in these factories, making money, living the American dream. And then suddenly you started having, benefits being issued to women. Well, you can't have a husband at home, or you can't have a boyfriend at home. And they started tragically incentivizing families. And they did it to other people as well. But I felt like it predominantly harmed that's very affluent black family that was rising. And I really do think that our government did that to the American people. I mean, they were the ones that, when black communities started doing well after the civil rights movement, started trying to flood the communities with crack cocaine.
I mean,
that's insane. I mean, why would you take a group of people who have historically struggled in this country, and then turn around and try to flood drugs in there to try to harm these people who are trying to survive? You know, so I think that if you ask me, I think that the reason why things have taken a dramatic turn is because after the civil rights movement happened, I feel the government began, after they realized what they could get away with after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, I feel like the bureaucrats in power went hog wild and tried to centralize everything. And they have pitted us against each other ever since. Rich against the poor. Yes, rich, everybody. Now, see, the thing is you know, my skin is white. My skin is white. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, David Fields, was a full-blooded Cherokee who died in the War of 1812. His granddaughter walked the Trail of Tears with his granddaughter walked the Trail of Tears with my grandfather in tow to Oklahoma. So I have Native American heritage in my blood. Now I'm white, so you know that can be said as one thing. But ultimately, the thing is I think that our government has tragically done people wrong time and time again, and they serve their own interests. I don't think that they serve white people's interests. I don't think they serve black people's interests. I don't think they serve Native Americans' interests. I think they serve themselves. And you just look at how many people who are career politicians who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars who live off of a salary of $152,000 a year.
Yeah, how does that work?
How does that work? The math does not add up unless you're crooked. So, no, they want us fighting with each other. And the thing is ultimately, it's easy to blame the government and say they're the world of all of our problems. I think it's easier to say to the people, you don't need them. You don't. You do not need them. The thing what you need is you need belief in yourself, and you need to get the government the hell out of your way. You need to focus on living your life as best as you can, doing right by yourself, and helping those around you. Because like I said, if you're helping those around you and they're growing prosperity,
you are too.
You're growing prosperity with them. The thing is all you have to do is work together. But that's what the politicians, they have no power if we don't give it to them. If we ignore them and we just stop voting, what are they going to do?
Well, here's something that I picked up, and I could be wrong, okay? But I'm growing, you know. But like people always say that a strong leader is a good thing, but I don't know that it is. Sometimes, like, you know, some of the biggest growth you've seen is whenever the politicians were out of power. You know, like say people talk about say the 70s, whenever Jimmy Carter was in there. But shit, you know, there's a lot of good things happened whenever there was a lockup and the politicians couldn't do anything.
Oh, I pray constantly that they'll shut down the government for about 6 months, because if they argue over this debt ceiling and they shut down the government for 6 months, people will really realize how much we don't need them. So,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, but that's the thing. They know that, so it's all a game of chicken between one party and the other one. And honestly, if you look at stuff, they always vote together on the things that benefit their donors. They don't. They only oppose things when even 90% of the population can agree we should get dirty money out of politics. For some reason, they just can't get anything done on that. You know, I mean,
we saw it this week. This week. They were like talking about the investment. You know, like you people. Okay, but no, here is it's a fine line. You know, it's like if they could get in the way or they could get them out of the way. You know,
the thing is anytime you give something over to the government, they never give it back to you. And once they take something, they don't never give it back. So they just dig their fingers in deeper and deeper. And ultimately, what I'm saying is this: you don't have to be some kind of radical. I'm a pacifist, okay? What that means is that means I don't believe in using force against others to get my way. Now, would I defend myself? Yes, I have a right to defend myself. If somebody's trying to hurt me or my family or trying to take my property, I have a right to defend myself, and I will. I don't like to. I don't gain any pleasure from doing it. Sure. But the thing is I mean, in essence, my views of being a voluntarist means that, you know, I don't need any government, which the philosophy of no government, no rulers is anarchism. I mean, that's what that is. So you could say I'm a pacifist anarchist. But that doesn't mean I have to be down with the government. That doesn't mean I have to fight the government. That doesn't mean I have to be a threat to the government, because that goes against everything I believe as a pacifist. Yeah. What I have to do is I have to render them immaterial, that they mean nothing. And what I'm saying is this, that if you and I decide, hey, our neighbor, they're homeless, they're staying with somebody, oh, there's this old house over there, let's go talk to Joe who owns it that's falling in, maybe he'll let us, you know, tear that house down and get the lumber out of it. And we go over and ask him, he goes, oh yeah, I've been meaning to tear that down anyway. Great. Well, me and Brad, we want to tear this house down, and she's got a little piece of land over here. We're going to build our friend a house because they're homeless. And he says, yeah, sure, you keep the lumber, you know, that's it's a win for him because he's getting down an eyesore. We're getting lumber, and now we can go build something out of that lumber. And that requires no government, none whatsoever.
And benefits. So it's like win-win-win. It's like
win-win. Everybody wins, and that's what my belief in voluntarism is. Everybody wins. When you and I both do something that we both benefit from, that is, and it's voluntary, then that's a good thing. And who would stand in the way with that? Only a sociopath like a politician would. Oh, well, what about this? Well, we need to inspect that house before we let you move in. Really? You don't think we know guys who are carpenters who can come and give us some tips and to make sure at least somebody has a roof over their head?
They want their cut. They want to do.
They want their cut. They want their It's the mafia racket. They're coming to get their protection money. That's exactly what it is. They don't do anything for you, and then they want to tax you and say, "Aren't you grateful? Without us, you'd all be killing each other." It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It does not reflect our day-to-day life. So the stuff you see in the news, as aggravating as it is, the stuff you see in Washington, D.C., as aggravating as it is, it has no bearing on your day-to-day life. I mean, do they hurt the economy? Yes, but the thing is they hurt money. They hurt jobs. There's other ways to have value. You can go fishing. You can feed your family fishing. You can feed your family hunting. You can raise food. If you don't have a job, but you have a little bit of land, you can dig a hole and plant some tomatoes, and you can find some way to survive. Maybe you can do some odd jobs around the neighborhood. You remember when in CrossFit when we had the big union dispute and the paper mill workers went on strike?
Yeah, my dad was part of that.
Well, my neighbor was also part of that, and whenever and our community hurt badly because so much money was being lost. Well, my neighbor, he was part of that, and he went and started mowing yards, and he mowed yards that whole summer, and that's how he supported his family. Where there's a will, there's a way. The thing is that sometimes you just have to get creative. But also, what did we talk about earlier? Preparing for those bad days. It's not a matter of if, it's when.
Yeah.
Be prepared. You have a personal responsibility to prepare your own life for things that are going to happen in the future.
There's this one thing we haven't talked about, and that's what's also big for our county, and how I grew up. I grew up with my grandparents. Okay, that's who raised me, because I came up from a guy that just got back from Vietnam and another person, and so I grew up with my grandparents, and they owned a family farm, pigs, grew tomatoes and watermelons, had a fruit stand out front, so tomatoes and such at the market, and never, ever, ever, this guy, my grandfather, never worked for anybody else the entire time. didn't even really have a record of it because of the fact that he never did anything. He never got their credit in the real world. But he owned all this property. It was like 60 years old before he ever got a Social Security number. You know, they lived a totally different freaking life than what we're living now, man. Everything we do is registered, recorded, put into
centralized. And that's what we were talking about in the 60s. That's when they started centralizing education. They started centralizing the public transportation systems. Everything was being ruled over and larded over by Washington, D.C. We succeeded more and more power to these morons up there, these idiots, these grifters who tell us, oh, we're going to make your lives better. Name one time these people in Washington, D.C. has made our lives better. They only make things worse. Look at gas prices if you want to see it for yourself. You know, I mean, the thing is what happened in 2007 with the recession, I lost almost 80% of my 401k.
Yeah, me too.
And I remember, I was living in Nashville at the time, and I remember leaving work and saying, oh, my gas tank is on E. I need to stop and get gas. And basically, I remember pulling up to like 16 different gas stations, and none of them had gas.
Yeah.
I barely made it home. I think somebody gave me a gallon of gas, and if it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have made it home.
Yeah.
And that was because they were all trying to regulate and control this economy from up there, and they just completely messed up everything. And what do? They bailed out the banks that caused all the problems, gave them a free pass, gave them a bunch of money, and then no one ever even went to jail over it. You know why?
Nobody.
Because all that money got funded right back into the politicians' pockets. That's what happened. And it didn't matter if it had a D or an R after their name.
Well, I remember at the end of that administration, like I got up to where I had, a little bit of money, okay?
Yeah.
And for the first time, I'd paid off all my bills, everything. I was caught up straight. I had a few dollars in there. And it's like whenever that whole administration, and I'm not trying to say that administration in particular, but it was the end of a period, okay?
Right.
They sucked up all that green, and there's like very few people that got it, but it left all of us. All the green across the whole map was just sucked up into individual pockets.
Well, that's what they do. They jack up the stock market, right? And this is something I've seen time and time again. I've researched it. I've studied this. And I'm actually pretty good at math. I think I've just talked about that earlier. But one of the things I was observing was that they do this pump and dump. They pump up these, artificially inflate the value of these stocks, get people investing in it. They're also doing the same thing with the cryptocurrency markets now, by the way. They're pumping up the volume on that, and then they start selling it off en masse. But what they'll do specifically, whenever they see like an energy crisis, such as the gas prices, that's what crashed things so badly, was that energy crisis, because people could no longer afford gas to go in their vehicles to make it back and forth to work. So they had to decide between their mortgage or filling up the gas tank to go back to work. And then they started slipping on their mortgages because gas prices were getting so high, gas shortages were happening everywhere, and suddenly the prices on all the food went up, and it was harder to feed their families. So they had to decide, am I going to pay this mortgage, or am I going to put gas in the car to keep food on the table for my kids? And that's what killed the economy in 2007. That's why so many people defaulted, and it finally caught up with Wall Street. But Wall Street saw that as an opportunity, which is when you had guys, I'm going to say his name, even though it's a big conspiracy around it, George Soros. He bet against the U.S. dollar. He bet against everything. That's called shorting stocks. He went through it, he shorted stocks and became a billionaire overnight. Several of these guys did.
Oh, yeah, they were
the thing is, they pumped the stock market up, and then they dumped the stock, they betted against it, and they shorted stock, and all of us were losing our 401k portfolios, and then basically when those stocks hit rock bottom, they just bought them all back up again.
Yeah.
And we were sitting there holding nothing. We were sitting there holding worthless stock. And of course, the thing is we just lost our jobs. They just foreclosed on our houses. We just lost about everything we own. And then basically, well, I just lost my job and I can't roll this over into a 401k. I'm going to have to cash this out and pay the IRS 25% of it. And I'm going to have to take the rest of this and figure out how I'm going to live in 2009.
Well, that's exactly
what happened.
Exactly what I did. I cashed out, paid off all my debt, and had a hybrid car. And the only reason I lived was because I had a Prius. Because I could afford to get around. I'd get like 64 miles per gallon or some kind of stuff like that. So, and that's how I survived it.
Now imagine if your wealth was invested in your community here. Maybe your wealth was invested into small businesses here that were doing good work and maybe expanding and growing the community, maybe even cleaning up some of this real estate and stuff. And while the rest, if all of us were doing that here, when all the panic hit, maybe we would have figured out a way to work together as a community. Hey, how we're going to pull out of this? But see, the thing is, they decentralized us on that.
I had an idea. Here's my idea. This is what pisses me off right here, and this is that big government thing. I can put my 401k into their stocks up in New York City pre-tax, but I can't invest that money locally pre-tax. Why? Why can't I invest in like a community fund that we all put together? And I know where you live. If you
because the lobbyists don't want that. That's why the lobbyists that fund these political campaigns for these politicians don't want that. You know, these politicians do not write laws. Did you know that?
Their lobbyists do.
The lobbyists pay them, then hand them the laws, and they present the law to the committee. The committee, who's all had their hands greased,
Democrat and Republican.
Yep. It doesn't matter. And then they turn around and they all vote on it in the middle of the night when nobody's paying attention. 100% across the board. Not a single person will stand against them. That's what happens. Every one of these lobbyist bills, they push through in the late middle of the night when nobody asked for it. You didn't ask for it, I didn't ask for it. But, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, I look at it this way. Find ways legally to continue returning your investments back into your community. Yes, you may not be able to write it off now, but the thing is, if you take $5,000 here and you invest that, and you say that you've invested it, and you make sure you document that well on your IRS statements as a loss because you invested it and you haven't gotten that money back out, which is basically what we did with our store, the BTY Thrift. We're investing all profits back into it. We have not made any profit out of that store yet because we keep buying inventory and expanding what we're doing.
Right.
Next year we will claim a profit on it. But the thing is ultimately we're just getting started. So we're not doing anything illegal. The thing is we're just reinvesting all the money it's earning back into it. I'm working for free. My wife works for free. And my daughter, she earned like $50 this week.
Right.
5% of the profit. That's what she got.
Well,
and she was happy. So
your next step is to own the property your own, because that's where the real money's at.
Well, that's one thing I will say. I have an amazing landlord for BTY Thrift here in Ashley County. I'm not going to say her name because she hasn't given me permission to, but I will just say that I'm working with some really good people. And so I eventually want to invest into expanding this operation, into purchasing real estate, so that basically we're using that as an opportunity to reinvest into our community. In other words, get something that needs to be fixed up, that's an eyesore, get it really nice and set up, more space, and basically we're able to use it as a tax deduction for the business. But like I said, we're also going to be doing a community outreach. You were talking about earlier, like how we don't come together as a community anymore. Well, used to that was in the churches. Like I talked about, the churches used to host the schools. Then the schools, and especially coming from the centralized Washington, D.C., started working against the churches that started the first schools in this country. Started working against them. So fewer people started going to church because they were being indoctrinated with secular beliefs instead of spiritual beliefs. But anyway, that's besides the point. That's my opinion of what happened. And now we've lost our sense of community because, the people that used to go to church, is not as many of them. But there's other ways that we can gather together in a community, such as volunteering to work together.
Let's go to that for 1 second, because I saw a study mentioning what you're talking about right there called the nuns. And the nuns, those are the people that claim no religious affiliation whatsoever, are the biggest group, like 26%. It's bigger than the Protestant, bigger than the Catholic groups. They're called the nuns. They claim no religious affiliation, and that's how we have defined each other. But now, I don't want to cut you off from the community thing you were talking about, but I just want to throw that in. That's a big thing right now. People have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how they destroyed the sense of community. The thing is if you destroy the sense of community and you have neighbor turning against neighbor, the thing is you're going to be looking to Washington, D.C. for the answers. That's been the plan all along. More power for them, less power for us. In a nutshell, these people are parasites who have been sucking the life out of this country, sucking the life out of these communities for decades. I'm not afraid to say it. I don't care. The thing is ultimately I don't make a living off of any kind of government program. I'm not, my businesses are not being subsidized by taxpayer dollars. What I earn is what I earn. What I have is what I have. And they can't touch that. I mean, they tax me. I have a good CPA and I do things legally, and I make sure that my investments are done in such a way to where I do pay in. I pay in every year, but I don't pay any more than what I owe. So, and the rest of it, now the thing is I do have a nonprofit organization that I do want to start. It will be nonprofit, and it is going to, and ultimately what I want to do is I want to get together people, because there's a lot of people here who have their own fixed incomes. They're dealing with disabilities. They're maybe, sweet, good people who are raising their grandchildren because, their children are not able to take care of them, and whatever things that are going on. And so they have all this time on their hands, and they're disabled, and they can't go out, and they receive, a disability check or their Social Security, and they're like, well, what do I have to contribute? I don't have any money. You have your time. And what I'm telling you is your time is your most precious resource. It's the only resource that's not renewable. You know this. You're not getting any younger. But you know what you could do? You need a little help. Hey, what if there was a place you could go to and say, hey, I need some food to help me make it to the end of the week. I hear you guys have volunteers here. Well, yeah, if you volunteer 3 hours of your time this week, we'll give you enough food to make it to the end of the week. Oh, that sounds like a win-win situation. Yes, it is. What did I talk about earlier? When you and I work together cooperatively, and you win and I win, what's wrong with that? And that's what I'm talking about. Putting together people who have time, but not money. Maybe they can start working on things. We have people in the community who have money, but they don't have time. Well, hey, guys, we're doing something here. We're helping people in our community, and they're giving back. And we're all working together to make our community better. And guess what? We can make our lives better without Washington, D.C. and without using taxpayer money. We can do it ourselves. We don't need them. They've never done anything for us. See, that's the thing. I think so many people are hoping that a politician will come along that will do the right things and say the right things and change everybody's lives and make everybody better. That's not going to happen. Some people thought it was Obama. Some people thought that was Trump. Some people think that's Biden. You know what? I know who can make your life better. You. You. And you there might be an elderly lady, 70 years old, drawing Social Security, who can't get her yard mowed. She had a mower, she can't use it anymore. She's disabled. If she comes up there, do you guys have a young man up here? I hear you got volunteers. Can y'all mow my yard? Yes, ma'am. We'd be happy to mow your yard. Would you like to volunteer? Now, she may not be able to volunteer, but she might have a grandson who will say, hey, I can come up there. I'm not good at mowing yards, but I know how to answer the phone. And then suddenly you got her grandson or somebody else in there volunteering on her behalf so she can get her yard mowed for free by people who are working together to make the community better. You see what I mean?
I do.
This is what I'm talking about.
And
Yes.
she make it cooked biscuits. And you
she might be able to bring some pies up there, and then we have a raffle for the pies, or we might even have a cake drive and sell some cakes and pies and raise money to refuel to buy more gas and mow more yards. We could do this with zero cost. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I definitely do.
Yeah. Think about that. Imagine a program that's self-sufficient, that runs itself, that's completely reliant on its own self. It doesn't really need donations, although we will be accepting donations when we get this started. But that's so we can expand rapidly. Because I don't want to just do it in Crossett. I want to do it in Hamburg. Then I want to do it in Parkdale or Portland. And then I want to do it in Lake Village. Then I want to do it in Monticello. Then I want to do it in Bastrop. Then I want to do it in El Dorado. And I just wanted to spider web out from here everywhere.
Now, were you born in Lake Village or were you born?
I was born in Crossett.
Okay.
Dr. Toon was the one who delivered me. It was as my dad would have told you, he was out on the deer stand when my uncle came out there to get him to say, "Oh, your wife's in labor." So it was first day of deer season in 1972. So, yes.
Crazy. Well, okay. So now you we've had time. I mean, you've talked about a bigger vision, and I like your community. And it's about goals. You got to have goals. You got to have community, and you can't really
How do you eat?
Other people.
How do you change the world? Well, you make it better than yesterday. You work on yourself first, right? And how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So you start here, and you work on something, and then you grow it from there. But if you have a plan, if you have a vision, you can do it. And quite frankly, I just laid out the whole plan there. Guess what? I don't have to be the only person doing it. Anyone listening to this podcast can just take what I just said and apply it in their own community. Imagine if I'm doing it here, I don't know, somebody in Idaho hears this podcast randomly somehow, and they start doing the same thing that I'm wanting to do here. Wow. It takes a life of its own, doesn't it? Yeah.
And like you should also know, there's an interviewer. I've tried to divert your attention to the UFOs and all kinds of shit, but the reality of it is that you have to stick to your goal, no matter what the world throws at you. Politicians, government, bullies, whatever it is, you've got to stay on your goal.
Well, don't you? I think we're all multifaceted. I think we all have our own interests. I just happen to like all of those topics. So, but yes, I do feel like ultimately, though, I do think that just telling people that you can take charge of your own life and you don't need a politician's permission to live it, it seems so apparent on the surface, but so many people are waiting for a politician to make their lives better, and they don't stop to ask themselves, what can I do today to make my life better than it was yesterday?
Hey,
that's the question you should ask yourself every day.
Let me put a little bit more beef in that stew, because the same thing you're talking about. I heard this thing this week about you don't want to be that 20% of people in our society that are total followers. They will follow whatever it is. You don't want to be that.
Well, the reason
you may have been that, but you can change it.
But do you know what that is? The reason why people follow is because they don't want the responsibility of failure. In other words, if somebody else fails, hey, he's a crappy leader. We were talking about leaders earlier, and the thing is ultimately, if you put any group of people together, you'll generally have someone who will be a natural leader, who may actually start, saying, hey, let's get some organization here, let's work together, and you'll have somebody that might kind of take charge in any group of little people. There used to be a test that they actually used to do to get on at GP, and I think they still do it actually, where they would actually put together a swing set, like 5 or 6 people, to see how well you'd work together. And usually someone would emerge as, hey, well, I put together a bunch of swing sets, so, I'm going to take charge here and take the initiative. And then, sometimes you'll even have somebody who might be really thinks they should be the leader, even though they haven't, actually shown any skills in actually leading. They start getting jealous, and they want to be the leader, but everybody else is following this other person. A leader is going to lead. The thing is ultimately, I can tell you this: if you can't get a sense of where you are going yourself, you have no business leading anyone anyway. Because basically, if you're lost, guess what? Anybody you're leading, you're going to get them lost too. So you at least need to have some sense of direction of where you're going to go and who you are and what you're going to be. Does it make sense? So that was to answer your question earlier about leadership. I do believe that there are leaders, but I believe that leaders can be voluntary. I don't believe that they have to be ordained to lord over us. I believe if a leader is not going, if I'm following somebody and they're leading me in the wrong direction, I can say, this isn't for me. I'm going to go elsewhere.
That's what people need to do right there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to tell them to do. Stop focusing on Washington, D.C. Look to someone in your community. Maybe it's a pastor. Maybe it's a mayor. Maybe it's a guy who runs a grocery store. Maybe it's a guy who's out there, you see picking up trash every weekend. Maybe say, hey, you need some help picking up some trash? Yeah, sure. Come on, help me. That requires your intent to want to do something different.
Well, that's what we need. I really do. I really do believe that, because I tell you, it's easy to give away. And like I said, I mentioned one of the things I said earlier in this conversation is get this damn TV turned on too much. Like these people that are all. If you see that many flags in one spot, you ought to be wary. It's either a grave or they're trying to trick you into something. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with that stuff, because they trick people, and I tell you this, people got to think for themselves, and we got to take back control of this, because I'm scared if we don't, we're gonna find ourselves in another civil war, and I don't even know who's gonna be fighting who. To be honest with you.
Well, I'm one of those people that subscribe to this mindset that basically the war is already over. This is fourth generational warfare, which essentially means that basically this fight would happen in the halls of government. Essentially, what we've seen is a turning of the tide from the special interests in the money sector, in the war machine, the military-industrial complex, as Alex Jones would have said, those people to the Silicon Valley people. We've seen it's literally changed hands. Now the big lobbyists are the people with all the money in Silicon Valley. That's the reason why you've seen everything topsy-turvy, because a new special interest has emerged in the last 10 years, whether it be Google or Facebook or whoever. These people have more money than the people who were previously the big donors. That's what's happening.
I heard this phrase the other day, and it says that there are certain companies that own the internet, and you can get blockchain, small versions of it, but Google owns the infrastructure, and then the stuff that sits on top of it, Facebook owns. And then
54% of the cloud is owned by Amazon.
That's right.
So,
I left that one out. I was going to say how they fit into it, but they own the other part that Google doesn't own, I guess, huh? So they own the majority of it, 54%.
But I mean, the thing is there are companies out there who are actually doing stuff on their own. So it just requires a little bit of research, and they can be found. I'm actually good friends with someone who founded their own social media company. They've been vilified in the media. They've been called Nazis and everything else. But they were actually, they built their own infrastructure. And ultimately, they're just a true free speech platform, is what they are.
So now they have their own server running their software?
Oh, they've got their own servers now. Yes, they can. They've literally had everyone in Silicon Valley try to shut them down. They've had the banks de-platform them, and they're still operational. So. It's not Parler either. I'm going to tell you, it's not Parler. It's another one. It's another company. But at the end of the day, yes, the thing is what we need to do is focus back on our communities and our day-to-day lives, and we need to grow from there. That's how you stop that's how you decentralize our lives, is getting back to our communities and get away from Washington, D.C. In a nutshell.
So really, if you think about it, the cloud sounds a lot like Washington, D.C. somewhere.
Oh, and that's exactly why they do it. I mean, it's a situation of where you're reliant on a very few systems, and you have to obey the rules of those systems, you know. And if you don't do things their way, they can shut you down. Well, guess what? They can't stop you from going fishing over in Washita. So I mean, they overestimate their own influence in your life. They really do.
I got to run some hunters. Now, I haven't hunted since 30 years ago. Okay, maybe longer than that. I got around some hunting guys. These are guys that I hadn't been around in a while. You know, not closely. But of course, you know, like the media portrays these guys as, you know, just horrible guys, like they're racist and all that kind of stuff. And of course, you go out there and you see people of both races in a lot of cases. Now, some of them are not. Okay, I understand that. But, and they are living a different world than someone like me who may be more connected to the system. And I enjoy the system. I'm one of those people that kind of fight for the system because it's been good for me. I work hard, comply by the rules. And, you know, like you said, the tax rules, you follow all that. I don't go invading capitals and shit like that. You know, I'm not.
You keep your nose clean. You keep your nose clean.
Like you smelled a little bit ago. I don't want to go down for that.
I don't want to go to jail. Why? Why do I want to go to jail to stub my thumb? I mean, that's like cutting off my nose to spite my face. I mean, I'm not going to do something that's going to cause my family problems.
No. I want my kids to have the best they can get.
Right.
You know. And like everybody else does.
Now that doesn't mean that I'm consenting to this authoritarianship over my life. I still can say I don't like it. But if there's some minor way I can disobey them just to annoy them, absolutely I'll disobey them.
Well, and not only that, but you teach your kids to deal with it. Like I tell my kids, like, here, this is the world. You want to be on your own private property, okay? That way you do what you want to do. You don't want to cause any suspicions. You don't want to go out there. If somebody drives by, you don't want to wave a flag at them. You know, yeah. I have a flag off my house, but that's, you know, but you don't want to start trouble. I don't. Right. I don't want to fight the system myself. I want to create my own little system within the system and stay here. You know, that's what I want to do.
Well, I would say that basically the narrative that you were talking about, the hunter guys earlier, is not so much to smear them, to say that they're a threat so that the government can do something about them. It's so that people that believe the narrative about how bad they are will continue to chastise them until those guys put their guns down and stop hunting. In essence, that's exactly what it is. It's about peer pressure. That's the only influence that the media in Washington, D.C. has over us. In real life, they're not going to mess with these guys. They're not. They're too. One, they should be scared of them because they can defend themselves. I grew up shooting guns at the early age of 6.
Yeah.
But they're not going to outright try to do that. Now, if they do, that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy, especially in a county like ours, because we all love our guns. So.
Yeah.
But I mean, I love guns just simply as a way, because I do feel I have a right to defend myself. And I also, you know, I have a way of feeding my family if times get hard. You know, I can do that too. So,
yes.
But it's mostly for defense. But I mean, at the end of the day, just remember that they invest billions of dollars to shape public opinion every year. And the only reason they do that is because they want you to conform to what your neighbors are whining about. If your neighbors are saying, that's bad, they're hoping that you'll say, okay, I feel bad for doing this, I'm sorry. And that's all they're trying to do. It's peer pressure. Just ignore it. If you remember when I talked about earlier about you establish your morals, your ethics of what you believe is right, what you believe is wrong, Do I have a right to go take my neighbor's food off his table? No, I do not. I did not earn that food. It's not my food. But, you know, if you have your principles set up and you walk on them, it doesn't matter what these people say. You're not listening to them. You're not I don't want my ethics to come from Washington, D.C. You know how many sexual scandals they have up there where they have to pay off hush money to interns because they keep overstepping their boundaries? These are the most morally bankrupt, corrupt people on the planet. Do I want them being the moral authority over my life or my children's life? Absolutely not. Do you?
I don't think so. No, and you do hear a lot of that. Again, both
sexual scandals, money scandals, everything.
People try to push it off on one party or the other. And I'm like, dudes, you're paying.
It's every one of them.
Every one of. I mean, really, it is.
Congress has a slush fund so they can hush up sexual assault accusations. They have a slush fund for that. What? Why are we paying hush money? Why are we funding, as taxpayers, hush money so that they can hide their scandals? That's what they're doing.
And not only that, but we would get fired in the real world out here. If you do that kind of shit, you get fired by laws they created.
Yes, and they're the ones who break them the most. But that's the thing. They believe they're above the laws that they create. They believe they have a right to rule over us. Voluntarism says no one has a special right to rule over any of us. You have self-government. That means that I'm in charge and responsible for my life, good or bad, whatever happens. That's what it means. And if you and I work together and we voluntarily work together, we can achieve great things. We don't need them to do it. So, because they're worthless.
Well, I definitely can see where that.
I don't know if you realize that this has been a 4-hour conversation or not.
I know. I'm sitting there thinking, but this is what Outside of the Grid is about in my mind. It's about, because that's where you get crazy about 2.5 hours into it, and then you kind of. But now I think we've. We stayed pretty much on message about a lot of stuff. Yes, we talked about aliens and stuff, but that was actually interesting. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've enjoyed the conversation. I know we need to cut out, but I mean, the last little part there needs to be said. People need to understand it's a game to some people, and it really is. And of course,
politicians work for lobbyists. You have to do what's right by you. You have to start living your own life. That's what I'm saying, in a nutshell. And the thing is, once you have that self-reliance, that's what built this country. That's how we advanced and had flight and all these amazing things in the last 100 and something years. All of this is new. I mean, all the years that humans have been on this planet, we have had more progress since the creation and foundation of this country than any time throughout human history in the last 200 years. So just reclaim that spirit and stop letting these morons in Washington, D.C. get in your way. Start living your life and and see prosperity as more than just money, because prosperity is all around you. It's all around you. It's in the food that you eat. It's in the water you drink. It's in the ground. It's in the sky. I mean, it's all the beautiful wildlife, the trees that we have here. This is all prosperity.
That sunrise every day.
Yes.
Will Cassity, I appreciate your time tonight, sir. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
It's good talking to you, Brad. You have a good night.
Yes, sir. Good night.